Okay. Good morning. I think this is working. Hello. Okay, let's make sure I have all the, everything set up. Pokey Luigi, hello. The Wrath Above. I'm excited to actually be here for a live stream once. Did you change your username? Lord Remium, welcome. Hang on, I have to give you mod status. Alright. Thank you, everybody, for joining us on the new channel, Imported Cheese Fresh. Can you hear me? I think the settings should all be the same in OBS, so I should sound okay. What did I do? I changed the mic settings a little bit because I had to do a recording for a challenge run. But it should sound okay. Andrew McKenzie, I'm sorry, we've been set back because we're on a new channel, so we have to use budget emotes. We don't get custom emotes back until we reach 1,000 subscribers on this channel, assuming we continue to stream from here. So I'm sorry, the best we can do is budget Onyx. So we're all budget Onyx gamers for now. He'll carry us to 1,000 subs, I'm sure. Okay, thanks everybody. Excellent. Okay, Berserk Gene top tier. I have a stand-in for Berserk Gene. You can see it here, I guess. My username hasn't changed. Sorry. Justin, last time I was here was the first move video. I don't think there was a second move video. At least I didn't make one. Okay, I think we can get started. Let me just, the only thing I want to check is, can you guys see my mouse cursor? You should be able to. If you can see my mouse cursor, tell me what item it's over right now. King's Rock. Okay, great. Alright, then I think we're ready to go. Let me just check how many viewers we have. We have 22. That's not bad. Excellent. Yeah, no, I would not call this a disaster. So let's get started. Do I have all these items? Okay. So we're going to talk about all the criteria and everything, but before we actually talk about the items themselves, please remind me to record a premium intro, because that way I don't have to actually, like, blur the items if I record it at the end. I'd have to blur out all the items so I don't, like, spoil the list. So, please remind me. Alright. So, hello everybody in the stream, and welcome to the Pokemon Held Items tier list. So, Held Items were introduced in Generation 2, and the game has never been the same since. Held Items are incredibly powerful. If you're in a competitive battle, you probably have a held item. Unless, well, I don't know why you wouldn't have a held item. I guess if you want to use acrobatics or something. But even then, you're probably gonna, I don't know what I'm saying. So that's not the actual intro. But we do have to talk about the tiering and the criteria. So, weakness policy for the win. Weakness policy is on here. There it is, at the bottom, you can see it. So, held items. They were introduced in Generation 2, and they changed the game forever. Held items are incredibly influential. You generally don't use them in-game because you don't really need to, and you also don't have access to a lot of the more powerful ones. But if you're in a competitive battle, you have a held item. Unless you're doing something really weird with, like, thief or, like, pickpocket size. Yeah, I don't know why you'd be doing those unless you're just trying to have a good time. Imagine trying to have a good time in a competitive battle. I don't think so. So we've got our choice band, our choice specs, and our choice scarf equipped. We're cheating a little bit, but we are going to review one item 50% stronger and faster, so get ready for that. Yeah, I'm sorry, we can't, I don't know why I'm sorry, but it's unfortunate that we can't super chat or use emotes on this peasant channel with less than 1,000 subscribers. So please subscribe. I imagine if you're here, there's a 100% chance you're subscribed, right? Because there's no way that you found this stream organically, right? That never happens. Susan, please. What are the criteria we're using for this list? So, I should have written these out so that I don't have to redo these, but let's see. What are the criteria? These are items typically for. Not typically. These are items I'm considering for competitive singles. Let's see. I thought about this ahead of time. Okay, here we go. Yeah, no organically finding a channel unless it's a Gen 1 video, pretty much. Like, my tier list that gets the most views, like, daily is the Gen 1 tier list, like the Nidoking one, which I think is by far the worst one, but maybe not. YouTube doesn't think so. No Oranberry, Blissey, disliked, unsubscribed, no comment, will not ring bell. Okay. What criteria are we using for this list? Well, in this list we've got, I believe, 73 items, and if you're familiar with Pokemon, you know that there are a lot more than 73 items in the game. I've excluded a lot of items that I think, how do I say this? I guess we'll talk about the Oranberry here. What criteria are we actually using for this list? So right off the Zubat, I excluded all items that don't do anything in battle. So for example, pretty much any item that's not a key item, you can actually make your Pokemon hold, right? So you could make your Pokemon hold a potion, but it doesn't do anything. So please nobody be like, what about potion? Like, it doesn't do anything, guys. I also excluded pretty much all personal items, so that includes Megastones, Arceus Plates, Soul Dew, all of those items that really only apply to one Pokemon. I did not put on here because reviewing those items is basically reviewing the Pokemon themselves, right? And that's sort of beyond the scope of this list. You might notice that Light Ball is on here. Why did I do that? Well, we'll get there. It must be because Pikachu is just so good. Okay, so for criteria, it's in battle effects only. What if my Pokemon has Fling? Yeah, in battle effects only. No personal items. What else? I gotta talk about us. The format. We're also going to be ranking every item primarily with competitive singles in mind. Some of these have some use in game, and several of these items are noticeably better or worse in the doubles format, which is the only officially supported format. Thanks, Game Freak. I don't really care about doubles. We'll mention it, but for the most part, these rankings. I do live in Japan. These rankings will reflect an item's performance in competitive singles, which is the format I have the most experience with and the format I like. Yeah, no Z crystals. I think Z crystals are also just too broad for this list. So yeah, no Z crystals. Because not only do Z crystals have, just basic generic Z moves, there's also all of the weird specific ones. Yeah, the Berserker is a stand-in for Berserk gene. We'll get there. Anything I'm missing regarding criteria? We've done uh, only only battles, only items with in-game effects, no personal items, and competitive singles. Anything I'm forgetting? Miguel, welcome. Almost forgot. It's not your fault. First stream from the new channel. Got the Berserker bottom G. We'll do that again when we get to Berserker. I'm assuming we're not considering Little Cup. Well, we kind of are. Ooh. I think that's everything. Is there Super Repel? No, there isn't. Okay. I don't think I'm forgetting anything about criteria. Great. So what are the tiers? I think 4 is enough for the type of list we're doing. At the very top, we've got S. Sold out. So these are the best items. One or more are on your opponent's team, guaranteed. Zero doubt, okay? A premium edit intro? Oh yeah, we'll do that after the after we explain the tiers. Guess I'll have to explain the tiers again. What are the tiers for this list? I think 4 is enough for the... Ugh. Clearly you need a tier for every item. We'll have 73 tiers. What are the tiers for this list? I think 4 is enough to categorize the 73 items we'll be reviewing today. At the very top we have S for sold out. These items they're not in stock anymore. They're too hot. So these are pretty much 100% going to be on your opponent's team. At least one of them. Maybe all of them. I don't know how many items will be up here, but they're pretty good. Below that we have A, Amazon Prime. You should order these now while you still can. These items are like a little bit more niche, but the best in their niche. There will be certain Pokemon that can make excellent use of these. So they might be on your opponent's team. Then we have B for the bargain bin. So these items have a niche use. Maybe this is sort of getting into meme territory. You might see these items. You might be confused when you see them because you don't expect them. This is sort of where Pokemon Held Item Iceberg explained. I've never seen one of those iceberg videos. I have no idea what they're about. But I mean, ice is not a good type. Yeah, bargain bin items. Probably getting to... Does the Pokemon world have Jeff Bezos? I don't think so. Does it have any, like, rich characters? Who's the... Like, are there any characters whose personality is being rich? I guess, like, the rich boy trainer class? And at the very bottom, we got C. Okay. And at the very bottom, we got C for the city dump. Yeah, these are just pure meme / garbage items that don't really do anything. I don't know why you would ever use these unless you were trying to do something wacky or zany or fun, or if you really don't care about winning, because these items, they're not going to help you do that. Ilma or Lima, the running couple in the fog? Is that the couple, like, south of Salacian Town? We're getting real obscure here. Alternatively, throw it in the C tier. It's been a really long time since we've had a tier list with a C tier. SEA C tier. I think, probably the next in-game list we'll do will be Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and you can bet that it'll have an SEA C tier. think that's everything. Okay. We're almost ready to start. Is Utility Umbrella on there? It is. You can maybe guess where Utility Umbrella goes. Oh, something I should add to the criteria now that I remember it. One thing I did just to stop the list from being massive is that I used stand-ins for like whole sets of items. So for example, instead of putting every single item that gives a 20% boost to a certain type of move, I just put Twisted Spoon. Why Twisted Spoon? Because I think it has a sort of distinctive icon. I would have used Charcoal, because that's one that I think everybody remembers from the Gen 2 games. You get it from the Far-Fetched in the Woods, but it would just kind of look like a lump of a black. So you get Twisted Spoon. And I didn't put every single berry on here. I did a similar thing where I just have a certain berries stand in for a whole category. Please understand. Felicity actually runs Utility Umbrella in Anything Goes. This is why we have a stream chat, because there's no way I would know that. A Guaveberry S tier. Is that one of the 33% healing berries? I think we have Figgy Berry for that. I figured the in-game tier list that was inbound was X and Y. That one's going to be so huge that... yeah, that's not going to be next. The next in-game tier list will probably be Heart Gold, Soul Silver, then I think Colosseum, and then Black and White 2. Fire Scissor, you made it. I was wondering if I'd see you here. Welcome. I know you always talk a lot in these, so I'm glad to see you here on the secondary channel, I guess, on the new channel. Let's not mention anything. Oh, that's British, right? Let's not mention anything goes. 'Tis a silly place. If anybody's wondering where that's from, and I imagine a lot of you are, that's from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I think somebody says, let's not go to Camelot. 'Tis a silly place. New channel, who this? Okay, I don't want to stall too much longer. Stall. Lagging Tail. Full Incense. You might know about that. Alright, so we'll just do the premium intro, and then we'll get started. Hey there, you're watching the premium edit of the Pokemon Held Items tier list. If for some reason you would like to watch the full livestream replay with the chat, you'll find a link in the description. The livestream was a test for the brand new livestream channel, Imported Cheese Fresh. Hey! If you'd like to catch future livestreams, please subscribe to Imported Cheese Fresh. Hopefully we can get to 500 subscribers so I can start making community posts there. And at 1,000, we can start making that green. And more importantly, we can actually get emojis back. Because right now all we can do is use the generic emotes, including the Budget Onyx buffering emote. So Onyx carrying the channel as usual. Thanks, Onyx. Okay, I think that's a good premium intro. Yeah, let me just check. How are we doing? We've got 42 viewers. Excellent. Yeah, this is a success for sure. Where's Imported Cheese stale? I guess that's the normal thing. Why is there Berserker? We'll get there. Don't worry. Onyx does all this for you, and I treat him like trash. Well, I mean, he is trash, right? I mean, Budget Onyx is gonna carry the chat until we regain monetization and are able to use custom emotes. All right, I think we're ready to actually begin. How long has it been? Like 20 minutes? We'll take a break in the middle. I don't have to pee yet. Berserker is the stand-in for Gen 2's Berserk gene? Maybe. Onyx does his best, but his best isn't good enough. Yeah. I mean, we'll mention a context where Onyx is not bad, more than not bad, actually good, like during this list, so we'll get there. Onyx is the backbone of the imported cheese cinematic universe. Kinda. I don't even know how this started. I mean, I made one video about how much I hate Onyx, but it doesn't even have that many views. It has like 5,000 views. I think it's more that he gets mercilessly dumped on in the tier list, which he deserves. Hi, Cheese, I just caught a shiny Krogunk in Legends Arceus. Congratulations. But I have a shiny... Oh, I also have a shiny... No. But I have a shiny Toxicroak, right? Mine is evolved, so... Whatever, loser. Am I the only one who didn't know about the Berserk gene? I don't think so. He did have a starring role in the Brilliant Diamond, the Diaper run, so that is true. Berries are grouped up, yes. Alright. Okay. Alright, the held item super sale begins now. Let's get started with a real winner of an item, Absorb Bulb. Yeah. No. So, Absorb... Okay, well, let's see. I should redo that. The joys of actually being here live. Okay. You can use Smogon to check what the item does and see which Pokemon use the item competitively. Oh, really? Interesting. I know what all these items do because I literally made this list, right? I had to look up all the items to add them. But here we go. Alright, the held item super sale begins now. Here we go. Starting with, first in alphabetical order, Absorb Bulb. People love Bulbasaur, so Absorb Bulb gotta be pretty good, right? No. So what does this actually do? So Absorb Bulb, what it does is if you get hit by a water attack, it then raises your special attack. So Storm Drain is actually a pretty good ability, but Storm Drain negates the damage that you take. Absorb Bulb actually doesn't interact with the damage in any way. You simply take damage, full damage, from the water attack, and then, as a bonus, you get a special attack raise. What? So, if this actually negated the damage, it would be, I think, pretty good. It would pretty much just be a better version of Pasho Berry, which is the item that cuts a super effective water move in half. But it doesn't do that. You simply take whatever damage you would have taken anyway, and then you get a little special attack boost as a condolence. Doesn't sound very good to me. In general, items that rely on your opponent to activate them for you are not very good because you don't know what moves your opponent has, right? You also can't control what moves your opponent uses. You also can't control what moves your opponent uses, and also, they're your opponent, right? They don't want to help you do anything, so they're not going to help you if they can help it. Maybe if this item had different mechanics, it would be better, but I mean, you could say that about any bad item, right? Honestly, I think that this bulb starts with a B. Well, I guess it really starts with an A. But it's not going in A or B. It's going in the dump. Time to check the chat. Competitive only. In doubles, you can Aqua Jet your own. Let me see. So let me catch up on the chat here. I have to actually scroll up in the YouTube studio so I don't miss anything. Give me a moment here. Everyone's Absorb Bulb for A tier. Crickets. Is this in-game only? It's competitive singles. The only two Pokemon listed to use Absorb Bulb and Smogon are Lapras and Ludicolo. Okay. Can't watch for long, but hopefully this chat engagement helps appease Susan. Thank you. In doubles, I suppose you could force the activation by like surfing your partner, but I mean that doesn't seem very good to me either. To be fair, the opponent probably always has a water type. That's true. We should also note that Absorb Bulb is consumable, right? So after a single water attack and boost, the item is gone, which also means that if you switch, it's important to note, we should also note that Absorb Bulb is consumable, so after the first water attack that you take, the bulb is consumed, you get the boost, and that's it. So subsequent water attacks will not boost your special attack, and also if you switch out and come back in, it's as if you have no item. And this is going to apply, to some extent, to all consumable items, so keep that in mind. But in Gen 9, Absorb Bulb makes the holder of these nuts immune to every move. That would be a pretty good item. Okay. Yeah, if you're proccing an item by surfing your partner in doubles, it should be weakness policy, not Absorb Bulb, yeah. That reminds me of something I wanted to say in the criteria. The gears are turning. And hopefully not the Kling Clang, because that's a boring Pokemon design. 1 second. What was it? Weakness policy is better. Oh, okay. So I'm just going to move this down temporarily to not spoil it, because this is going to go in the beginning of the video. One thing about... Okay, one thing to keep in mind about items is that unlike moves, where not every Pokemon can learn every move, there's no restriction, really, on what Pokemon can hold what items. So if there's an outclassed item, it's going to be bad, because you can just equip whatever the better item is, and there's no reason not to. Okay, great. There's Absorb Bulb. Next. Adrenaline Orb. Speaking of items that your opponent has to activate for you, this has an incredibly narrow activation criteria. You have to get intimidated by your opponent. So not only... Spoilers, Cheese is going to tier held items. We'll have to redo that. Adrenaline Orb. Speaking of items that require your opponent to activate them for you, this has maybe the most narrow activation criteria ever. You have to get intimidated by your opponent, at which point you get +1 speed. Incredibly narrow, but ironically, one of the easiest ones to activate, because the chance of your opponent intimidating you is fairly high, because Intimidate's a good ability. In doubles, this 100% activates, right? There's no way it doesn't. It's much harder to actually get to trigger in singles, since, you know, it's only 1v1, and your opponent might not even have an Intimidate Pokemon. How useful is getting +1 speed, given that you're also going to be getting -1 attack? I mean, I think it's better than Absorb Bulb, but sort of by the nature of how the activation criteria works, you pretty much can't use this on a physical attacker, right? So this is really limited to special attackers that you're trying to get intimidated in singles. I don't know, man. That seems like pretty wishful thinking for not very much benefit. Honestly, you should just use a Choice Scarf, bro. Better than Absorb Bulb, though. I think we'll put it here. Any Adrenaline Orb junkies? Adrenaline Orb top tier for shiny hunting? Yeah, Smogon style 6v6. So also no item clause, is what I'm assuming. Yeah, Intimidate is pretty good. It's probably going to be on the enemy team, but is the Pokemon with Adrenaline Orb getting intimidated? Adrenaline Orb is useful for doubles, but in singles, B tier. I don't even think it's B tier. Because, like, think about it. When in singles would you specifically say, I think this special attacker could be faster. I'm going to give it Adrenaline Orb and hope that my opponent intimidates me so I can get faster. No. fun fact about Adrenaline Orb. So the Japanese name is Bibididama, which is closer to sort of like Scaredy Cat Orb or like Spooked Sphere, which implies that you're getting spooked, right, by Intimidate and then running away. Whereas the English name of the item, Adrenaline Orb, sort of implies that you get spooked, but then you have a rush of courage, and you're gonna stay in there and fight. I just think that's kind of neat. Are we talking about how good items will be in the story too? If it's relevant. I mean, that really only applies to, like, I think choice specs at some point you can get in-game, and, like, the, sort of like the Twisted Spoon family. How does it interact with Clear Body? I don't actually know. I'm assuming that if you have Clear Body, it just doesn't activate. Would be my guess, but I don't actually know. The English translators have been watching too much anime? Right. Like, you think I'm gonna run away? Take this! We've got Macho Brace on here, too. We do. Because Macho Brace does actually have an in-game effect. Alright. Air Balloon. Alright, Air Balloon. A very unique item with, I think, a very powerful effect. So Air Balloon is pretty much levitate in an item. It gives whatever Pokemon holds it the, I guess, floating stat. I don't know what you actually call it. I guess you would just call it flying. So if you have Air Balloon equipped, you are immune to ground moves, and you also dodge all grounded hazards as you switch in, which is really good, but the moment you actually take direct damage, the Air Balloon goes pop, and you are once again on the ground, and it's as if you have no item. I think Air Balloon is actually, I would order this off of Amazon Prime. I think this is an A tier item. If you have a crippling ground weakness, like say Heatran, you might choose to say, there might be situations where you're like, yeah, I think the best item in this scenario is Air Balloon. If you play smart, you can get a lot of mileage out of this. Specifically, Earthquake is absolutely everywhere. Choice items are absolutely everywhere. Spoilers. So if you switch into a Choice Banded Earthquake, you are in business. Yeah, there's many scenarios where having an Air Balloon forces your opponent to do a move they really don't want to in order to pop your Air Balloon, sort of giving you a free turn. Yeah, lots of Pokemon can make excellent use of this. Heatran, Magnezone, even Excadrill, who doesn't even have a quad Earth weakness, who doesn't even have a quad ground weakness, can use Air Balloon to great effect. Also, it's important to note that Air Balloon is an essential component of the Sky High Rotom build. Rotom Fan, Levitate, Air Balloon. You gotta really show those ground types who's boss. That's really why Air Balloon goes in A. Alright, is that everything about Air Balloon? Any comments to add? I think we mentioned the most important part, which is Sky High Rotom using Air Balloon. Consumable but good, yeah. Consumable doesn't mean an item's bad. Probopass uses it in ZU. Lamau. Oh, I should also mention this. I also think... Also, since you dodge... Also, even if your Air Balloon gets popped immediately as you switch into an attack, you still dodge all grounded hazards, so in that sense, it's kind of like heavy-duty boots. I guess light-duty boots? Literally light. You're floating, right? Sky High set also needs Magnet Rise. Okay, we should mention that. And don't forget the Magnet Rise, okay? Don't be a coward. Quadruple immunity. It's part of the funny strategy in doubles of getting Wonder Guard into something with only a ground weakness and making it almost unkillable. That's Giga Memeing. Okay. I think that's good for Air Balloon. Alright. Assault Vest. Another very unique Assault Vest. Another very unique, interesting, and useful item. I think Assault Vest should go in A? I think I'm actually going to put it ahead of Air Balloon. So what does Assault Vest do? It gives you a 50% special attack boost. I messed up. Well, it's early enough that we'll do this. We'll just redo this. It's not special attack boost. If it was, that would be busted. Assault Vest. Another very unique and I would say very useful item. Assault Vest gives you a 50% special defense boost. But it does have a drawback. It's that while you have Assault Vest equipped, you can only use attacking moves. But hey, if you were only going to use attacking moves anyway, then this has no drawback. Assault Vest has lots of Pokemon that can make excellent use of it. I'm going to go ahead and put this in A. I'm actually going to put it ahead of Air Balloon. So you can either put this on a Pokemon that already has special defense, like, say, Goodra or Tyranitar has special defense, has good special defense. At which point you basically become Blissey that can actually fight back. Or you can sort of use this as like a band-aid, put it on a Pokemon that could use a bit more special defense, like say Machamp, and then basically just bully special attackers. What are they going to do to you? Damage. But less damage than they would if you didn't have an Assault Vest equipped. I think it's actually a very good item. Poliwrath uses it well? Well, unfortunately, then you're going to be using Poliwrath. Assault Vest is funny with Klutz and Trick, yeah. You can also trick Assault Vest onto support Pokemon to make them completely useless. And of course, if you have Assault Vest and Trick, that's a combo, right? I know that it doesn't work, guys. It's about as viable as Oranberry Blissey. Don't worry. If you have Klutz, you can actually do Trick Assault Vest, like, no meme. But I don't think there are that many good Klutz Pokemon. Who actually gets Klutz? Like, Baneri? Golurk? Like, who gets Klutz and Trick? Not that many Pokemon. Why is the vest made of salt? Oranberry Blissey is probably better than Assault Vest Blissey. I think you're right. Yeah, no good Pokemon get Klutz. Melmetal loves Assault Vest? Yeah. Okay, I think that's enough for Assault Vest, right? Very stylish. Okay, next. You can use Assault Vest Blissey with Seismic Toss. I mean, get that 100 damage in. Alright. You might not even know what this item is, but it's Berry Juice, which restores 20 HP. Now, you might be wondering, in what universe would you actually use this item? In a universe where every Pokemon is level 5. So, there's a format called Little Cup, where you're limited to level 5 Pokemon, and Berry Juice is absolutely insane. It's basically a full heal, as in, not the item full heal, but like, it fully restores your health. It's crazy. It's so crazy it was banned, but they unbanned it, and it's very, very good. So if you're in Little Cup, I mean, this is the defining item. We don't have any more in stock. Everyone's already using it. But do keep in mind that Little Cup is a format where Onix is unironically very good, so I don't know if you should actually be hanging around that format. Seems kind of degenerate to me. But yeah, absolutely busted in Little Cup, and you would never use it in a format with fully evolved Pokemon at high levels, because 20 HP just doesn't cut it. Anything else to say about Berry Juice? Should maybe mention interaction with Sturdy, maybe. Come on, Cheese. Let Onyx enjoy himself. I mean, Onyx is... He's literally on the list, right? He's right here. Not the defining item, it's a Violite. That's true. Violet's probably better. Fun fact, Berry Juice exists in Gen 3, but it's completely unobtainable because you can't get it off Wild Shuckle, which you can't catch. That is a fun fact. What is the next item? Good question. We'll get there. Oh, hey, Nolan B4. I saw your comments in the community post. Welcome. Nice to see you here. All right. So here we go. What is the next item? Good question. So, it's Berserk Gene? The reason why it's Berserker is because Berserk Gene is actually unobtainable outside of Generation 2. And Generation 2 to 3, that was the original Dexit, right? There's sort of a hard divide where you can't actually transfer things forward. And for whatever reason, they decided not to add Berserk Gene in the later generations. So, as a stand-in for the item graphic, we got Berserker. I was considering also using the Berserk dude or the dude from Attack on Titan, but I think his name is actually Sean and not Gene. So, we get to go with Berserker. So what does this do? Good question. It's actually got a very interesting effect. The moment you switch in with Berserk Gene equipped, it consumes Berserk Gene, gives you +2 attack, that's a Swords Dance, but it also confuses you. So it's sort of a self-swagger, but different because this confusion actually lasts forever until you switch out. Is that good? This is basically going to be pure theory crafting because you never used this in Gen 2. It was trash. In the modern games, with the new confusion mechanic where it's only 33% chance, I mean, 66% chance to do massive damage. Seems kind of good to me. I mean, you could do Berserk Gene Tangled Feet Dodrio and then take over this imaginary meta. Is that actually good? I don't know. I guess nobody knows. Sounds like trash. I don't know if it's literally city dump trash. It's probably going to be like bottom of bargain bin because, I mean, the odds are in your favor to do massive damage, right? But 33% of the time you get absolutely wrecked. Is dangerous. You could theoretically use this on an own tempo Pokemon as just pretty much just a better band that only lasts until you switch out. But there's pretty much no own tempo Pokemon that are actually good physical attackers. And in the generation where you can actually use this, Generation 2, it's 50-50, so yeah, it's trash. But if this were to exist in the modern games with the 33% confusion chance, or a self-damage chance, I think it'd actually be, like, barely above meme. Anything else in defense or against this imaginary usage of Berserk Gene? What about Dragonite? What about Dragonite? Berserk Gene Spinda. You definitely have to be a little bit unhinged yourself to actually try that. Why are we treating Berserk Gene as if it existed in the newer gens? Because it existed at one point. I think it's fun, but yeah, I guess it doesn't actually exist. Where are all the gems then? I only have normal gem on here. It's just gonna be the stand-in for everything. I think I might have explained it before you joined, but I have certain items just representing every item in their family. I'm not gonna do every single gem, guys. That'd be ridiculous. I came in late because YouTube doesn't like recommendation. Thanks, Susan. I imagine that to even see this, you had to be subscribed to the live stream channel, right? Flying Gem S tier was really good back in the day. Just do Flying Gem then? I chose Normal Gem because it's the only one that still exists, right? The others all died in Gen 6. We'll talk about that when we get to the gems. Alright, next. Big Root. Big. So what does Big Root do? Well, it increases the healing you get from drain effects by 30%. So if you're a grass type fan who loves doing all that tricky health absorbing stuff, you might consider using Big Root. So if this actually increased the damage of those drain effects, this might actually be like kind of good. But it strictly increases the healing you receive, which I think just makes it trash. Honestly, I think this actually goes in the dump. I mean, maybe if you plant this, it'll sprout into something nice, but yeah, grass type fans in shambles, or I guess grass type fans in brambles, as always, surprising nobody, right? I mean, grass is ass. I know there's drain effects that aren't grass type, but the majority of them are grass. Not very good. Like, if your goal is to increase the amount of healing you receive in the end, how about you just increase the actual damage you deal with a damage increasing item? How about that? Like, Life Orb basically does this, but it also increases the damage, so just do that. Are Z crystals and megastones included in the list? No. I think I explained earlier on, possibly before you joined, that I'm not doing any personal items or Z crystals. I think that's just beyond the scope of the list. There's just too much to talk about. Big Root, more like piece of garbage. Yes. Big Root is really good in SP. What's SP? Single player? I'm guessing that's what you mean by SP. But geez, it increases the effect of Ingrain. Well, in that case, we need a new tier above S, right? Oh, Shining Pearl. Is it really good? Single player, okay, that's what I thought. I don't think it's good in single player. Because in single player, well, I mean, you're probably just not using an item, but yeah, really good as in you don't have anything better to use it on. Sure, yeah. Yeah, no, Big Root's not good, guys. Does anybody even think Big Root should be in B? I don't think so. I think we can hope that it takes root in the city dump and sprouts into a better item. Dream Eater Big Root could be potent. Well, Dream Eater itself sucks, so I don't think so. Yeah, it looks like no Big Root, no Big Root fans, so. Just use Shell Bell? We'll get to Shell Bell. Don't use Shell Bell. Alright, next. Maybe it'll sprout into an apple tree to become leftovers. That would be good. Alright, here we go. Okay, quiz. Does anybody actually know what this item is? Yeah, okay. Fire Scissor knows. Of course, Scissor knows about bands. So, yeah. Binding Band. I'd rather use the main character of Binding Blade. Roy, he's our boy. And if you know anything about Roy in either Smash or in his actual game, Fire Emblem 6, you'd know that he's garbage. Just like this item. So, what does Binding Band actually do? It increases the end of turn passive damage from like trapping moves, like say Wrap or Bind or Fire Spin. It increases it to 1/6 of the opponent's total health. Yeah. It's bad. It's very bad. I guess to frame this in a positive light, you could be like, well, in 6 turns, the passive damage will kill your opponent. What is your opponent doing for those 6 turns? Probably more than whatever you're doing if you're using Binding Bands. It increases the damage and not duration. Duration is Grip Claw. We'll talk about Grip Claw at the end. Hey, Roy's pretty good in Smash Ultimate. Yeah, in Melee, he's absolute rubbish. But yeah, in Ultimate, he's fine. In Ultimate and 4, he's actually pretty good. Yeah, good thing Roy got the Binding Blade and not the Binding Band. That's true, yeah. Binding Band, more like Binding Bad. Good line. That's true. Roy has the Sword of Seals, which actually makes him incredibly good for about 20 attacks in the late game. And he also Raffle Stomps the final boss of Dune. That's true. We really shouldn't be comparing this to Binding Blade, because the Binding Blade is amazing. I guess we'll take this opportunity to talk about why trapping moves in general are bad, even though trapping your opponent, as in preventing them from switching, is one of the most powerful things you can do. So trapping abilities like Shadow Tag and Arena Trap are so powerful they're banned. I think the only one that's really not binding banned, but like not allowed banned. The only one that's allowed is, I believe, Magnet Pull, because it's so narrow, and Magnet Pull is really strong. It only traps steel types. So what makes the trapping abilities good is that the moment you switch in, your ability is trapped, right? They're not going anywhere. And if your opponent is lucky, they're going to get knocked out. If they're not lucky, you're going to set up and then knock out their entire team. Trapping is incredibly powerful. If you attempt to actually use a trapping move, like say Wrap or Bind or Whirlpool or Sand Tomb or Fire Spin or Infestation, there's a lot of them. The thing is, you select the trapping move, and then your opponent switches, and what they bring in gets trapped. Well, that's not useful because they probably switched to something that beats you. So now, they're not trapped in with you, you're trapped in there with them. Useless. You can still switch, but that's why trapping moves in general are just not very good. Also, most of them tend to not have perfect accuracy. In fact, I think Infestation is the one that has perfect accuracy. That might even be wrong. But yeah, you would never run these. And because you would never run them, by extension, Binding Band is bad. Okay, people are just talking about Fire Emblem in the chat. People really like Fire Emblem. I do too. Infestation does have perfect accuracy. Okay, I did mention that. Good. So I don't have to re-record that. Yeah, the whole reason Magneton line is so good is because Skarmory is so good. That's part of it. It's also because it traps the best type, right? Not just Skarmory. Fire Emblem Shadow Tag and the Swords of Justice. I'd play that. I mean, we will do a Poke Emblem stream someday. I really like Poke Emblem. Once it's like more complete, we're gonna definitely play it for sure. I love that game. We might actually, since this is a stream channel, we might actually do a Fire Emblem stream. I really like Fire Emblem. When's the Fire Emblem tier lists? When we do a collab with Mecha, maybe. Fun fact, if Armored Knights were Pokemon, they'd be even worse because of Magnet Pull. I guess. I mean, maybe they'd be better because they'd be Steel types, right? I've never played a Fire Emblem game somehow. I'd recommend it. I really liked it. Onto the Based Sludge. I think we'll actually do Black Sludge with Leftovers, because there's going to be a lot to say about Leftovers. We'll do that. We'll sort of change the arrangement here. I guess to, since time is money, and I guess since time is money, we'll go ahead and economize our time by also talking about Grip Claw while we're here. So pretty much everything we said about Binding Band, Binding Bad also applies to Grip Claw. Grip Claw just extends the duration of trapping moves. Normally it's randomized between 2 and 5, and I think Grip Claw always makes it last either 7 or 8 turns, something ridiculous. What is your opponent doing for 7 to 8 turns? Probably killing you in much less time than that. Awful. If you want to use this item, what would I say to you? How about you get a grip? Anything else to say about Grip Claw? only good for Paris trappers, but you don't need to trap them for that long. Okay, a good comment, yeah. Grip Claw? More like grip crap. Thanks, chat. Yeah, honestly, Grip Claw is worse than Binding Band, because Binding Band at least does deeps. Grip Claw does nothing. Grip Claw. Grip Gnaw. I should rephrase that. Grip Claw. Grip Gnaw. A lot of ways you can make fun of Grip Claw. It's pretty good in that sense. Okay. Grip has no drip? I don't know if that one works. Grip Claw has a lot of grip flaws. How long is this going to go on? Time to activate our weakness policy. I wish. This is blunder policy. So, blunder policy. I guess siblings with weakness policy? The name sort of confused me at first because I'm not very bright. Bright powder is the next item. But it's policy as in like insurance policy. And the Japanese name actually says like insurance. So that makes a bit more sense. Blunder policy. I do not like this item. I understand that it can be good. It has a significant upside. What does it do? So if you miss an item, it gives you +2 speed. So that's actually a huge benefit. Basically, instead of missing your attack, you used agility. Is that good? I mean, yeah, if you miss, but you can't plan to miss, right? It doesn't activate when you want it. Unless you use, like, I don't know, stone miss or, like, focus miss or, like, intentionally, like, an Oko move, but, like, those are banned? Like, how do you reliably activate this? You can't, and if you can't control when it activates, I don't think it's very good. I think because the upside is so significant, +2 speed is pretty good, it dodges, like, the city dump, but I mean, like, you just put this in your filing cabinet and, like, never actually plan to use it, right? I mean, I think this is bargain bin for sure. I mean, we'll put it above Berserk Gene, because Berserk Gene, like, barely even exists. But, like, I don't know about this. You could sort of see this as, like, a 5th move slot for agility or, like, rock polish. But that's a really generous interpretation of, like, an RNG fiesta that sometimes rewards you in maybe the right situation. I mean, this is one policy I wouldn't sign on to. It's not plus accuracy, it's +2 speed. If it was plus accuracy, this would be dumb for sure. Garbage. Ooh, yeah. If this actually worked, if this actually worked whenever a move failed, as in, like, if the opponent protected or against immunities, then I think this would actually be a way better. Way better. But no, since it only works when you miss a move, nah. This item is actually great. You can use Thunder on a Sun team for a 50% chance of a speed increase. Bad. This is what they meant by insurance fraud, maybe. Oh, okay. That Nathan, niece usage on hustle Pokemon? Yeah, okay. You could theoretically use this on a hustle Pokemon, so hustle gives you plus 50% attack in exchange for a 20% accuracy penalty. But I mean, wouldn't you rather just use a scarf? Wouldn't you rather... The real blunder would be if you used this item. MJDXP has all of the item disses. Alright. How long have we been going? About an hour and 20, not bad. I'm just gonna take a short break to use the bathroom. I'll be right back, so please enjoy. We're gonna blunder into the technical difficulties screen because we don't actually have a wait screen. I'll be right back. That's wrong. And we're back. Doesn't look like I missed much. Okay. Great. We'll give people sort of like 10, 15-ish seconds to, I assume, get back from their bathroom breaks, whatever they're doing. Blunder policy, horn drill, Neo King with sheer force. What? A brand new sentence. Blunder policy and focus misc is like peanut butter and chocolate. Is this like a non-American thing? Because I'd think it would be peanut butter and jelly, right? Don't know why I find small onyx really cute. It is really cute. It's one of my favorite emotes. I'm really proud of it. Cheese is clearly underestimating the power of toxic leech seed big root. Alright, mods, deal with this. Okay, I think people are back. Here we go. Alright. Speaking of synergizing with missing, bright powder. I think this item is actually banned. Basically, you can either think of it as reducing your opponent's accuracy, or I think what it actually does is increases your evasion. It basically gives you a 10% chance to dodge incoming attacks. And because Smogon hates RNG, which I do too, this item is banned. Directly counters blunder policy. Wait, no, directly countered by blunder policy. Sorry. Directly countered by. Let's see, solid B tier. Yeah, probably. We'll redo that. Speaking of synergizing with missing, bright powder. I think this item is actually banned. You can either think of this as reducing your opponent's accuracy or raising your own evasion. I think that's what it actually does. But it basically gives you a 10% chance to dodge all attacks, even 100% accurate moves. The NPCs in the Battle Frontier love to use this to just troll the life out of you. Very, very frustrating. So 10% of the time, this is amazing. It negated all damage, but 90% of the time, this does absolutely nothing, right? I think we can go ahead and put this in, like, the bargain bin, because, I mean, it does do something, but on average, 90% of the time, it does nothing. So to me, that doesn't sound very good. Wally uses it on Roserade in postgame. Oof. I mean, if you're a real, so you can see that the bright powder is in a little bag. If you're a real scumbag, you can go ahead and stack this with evasion abilities like Snow Cloak or Sandveil. Oh my god, Sandveil, bright powder, Garchomp is a nightmare. I think that's actually banned because it's so annoying. And it's not like you outskilled your opponent, right? You just got lucky. Ugh, awful. You monster. Exactly. 10% of the time, it works all the time. Hey, ShadowFox513, thanks for joining us. And thanks for actually joining the stream channel. I know who you are. Obviously, I'm not going to say who you are, but... Bright powder is just pocket sand. I guess it's more pocket sand than the actual soft sand item, right? Bright powder. More like blight powder because it's a blight on my eyes. Don't remind me of Blight Town, please. If my opponent wants to hit, they can use Swift. Okay. Does anybody disagree with this bright powder placement? I think this is fine. Bright powder belly drum for a 10% chance to instantly win. Okay, great. Next. What is this? Cell battery. So this is sort of an electric variant of Absorb Bulb. If you get hit by an electric move, it increases your attack stat by 1 stage. Everything we said about Absorb Bulb also applies to Cell Battery. Honestly, while we're here, we may as well also do Luminous Moss and Snowball, because these are all in the category of your opponent has to hit you with a specific move in order to activate this, and then you get a slight boost, and you have no way to control this. So, I mean, if this were perfect Cell Battery, maybe it'd be pretty good. It would probably do something better than just increasing your attack. Again, I really wish that these interacted with the damage you took, but in that case, they would start strictly outclassing the super effective reduction berries, so maybe that's why they don't want to do that, but yeah, not good. So, is it better than Absorb Ball? I mean, maybe. I mean, you could put this on... I don't even know if you could put this on Electivire, because I don't know if the Motor Drive immunity would negate this, but, I mean, who cares? So, Cell Battery... this raises attack if hit by electric. Snowball raises your attack if hit by an ice move. This is probably the worst of them, right? Because if you're getting hit by an ice move, they're probably using it because they're trying to kill you with an ice move. And ice moves are pretty dangerous. I'd say more dangerous than electric or water moves. So I think ice moves are, on average, more risky to actually get hit by. And then what are the other things? Luminous Moss. This might actually be the worst because it actually gives you a pretty meaningless boost. It raises your special defense if you get hit by a water move. In what scenario are you like, you know what? I need to beef up my special defense. I think the best way to do that is by hoping my opponent hits me with a water move. I guess with Luminous Moss, we can talk about a chain of burger restaurants here in Japan called Moss Burger, MOS. It's actually an acronym. It stands for Morning, Ocean, Sun. What's that have to do with burgers? I don't know, man. I think that's fine for these weird, like, absorption moves, absorption items. Cell Battery, more like Hell Battery now. Okay. Cell Battery looks like a suppository? I suppose it does. Man, everybody trying to come up with burns for the items. I guess that's what the chat can do. Luminous Moss Macargo. Maybe if it actually negated the damage. Today I learned why they call it Moss Burger. Yeah, I mean, I know you actually live in Japan, right? So, now you know. You can tell your coworkers about why they call it Moss Burger. Snowball, more like no ball, yeah. Moss Burger and the legendary instructions on how to eat Moss Burger thread. I actually haven't seen that. Okay, I think that's enough about Moss Burger. Yeah, Moss Burger is, I think, worse than McDonald's, so you know you're in trouble. But you still take the damage. Yeah, that's like real Yu-Gi-Oh! Phrasing. Okay. Next. The face when you're actually clever, but the cheese doesn't notice them? Sorry. Who is clever, but I didn't notice? I'm sorry. I can't... I'm trying to, like, keep up, but... I would destroy a Moss Burger right now. I don't care. You must be pretty hungry. Alright. Chesto Berry. This is actually our first berry. I'm surprised we made it this far. So, Chesto Berry is sort of the stand-in for most of the single status healing berries. Cherry Berry, Pecha Berry, Rost Berry. But I chose Chesto Berry because it's actually the only one that's useful. Pecha Berry cures poison, I think. Cherry Berry is paralysis. Rost Berry is burn. And there's one that cures freeze. I don't even know it. All of those are pretty much entirely outclassed by Lumberry, which cures anything. But Chesto Berry is special because it cures sleep, which in particular is actually quite useful because it's part of a strategy that rhymes. People love things that rhyme, called Chesto Resto. So you use Chesto Berry on a Pokemon that has Rest. You put yourself to sleep with Rest. And then you wake up with your Chesto Berry. And the reason why you would use Chesto Berry for that, not just, a Lumberry, is because you want to make sure that the status that gets cured is sleep. So, for example, if you're using a Chesto Resto set and your opponent burns you with, like, Will-O-Wisp, Chesto Berry will not activate, which is good, because when you rest, it's going to heal that burn anyway, right? So you want to make sure that the berry actually wakes you up. So Chesto Berry, I think, is actually pretty solid. It's probably going to be a top of bargain bin item, because if you're doing a Chesto Resto strategy, which is, kind of niche, but it is a real strategy, like, it's not a joke, you would use Chesto Berry, and that is the best item for that set. So I think top of the bargain bin is where you would put Chesto Berry. Not quite the best, though, but, I mean, it's fine, right? Nobody's making fun of you for this. Anything to add about Chesto Berry? I think that's a very fair assessment. It's very niche. I only imagine Pokemon with very bad recovery using it, like the Regis. I think King, like, you could use it on. It is very niche, yeah. In general, if your goal is to just heal yourself, you would use a reliable recovery move if you had one, like Recover or like Slack Off. I think I've seen Resto Chesto used for like Curse Snorlax, or more like setup Pokemon. Like Kingdra can do it. We're the Personberry fans out there. I forgot Personberry, I'm sorry. Personberry, I think, cures confusion. I guess we'll actually mention that. So, you might actually use Personberry to cure confusion from Outrage or like a Petal Dance move. One of those Rampage moves that confuses you, but I don't really think you do that. You just use an item that increases your damage most of the time. Unburden Rest Driftblim. I've never heard of this. Seems bad. Hey, Cheese, can't stick around, but I actually got alerted of a stream this time, so maybe the second channel is working. Hope the stream goes well. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, so far it's going really well. We've got a very active chat. Thank you, guys. And a fair amount of viewers. I think, given this audience, I would, I think, continue streams on this channel. It also depends on how well the premium edit does on the main channel, but I'm hoping quite well. Since we won't be splitting viewership between people who are watching this and people watching the premium. I mean, we kind of are, but I think the people who participate in the live stream either... Well, I think the people who participate in the live stream, this won't apply to everyone, but they're probably the most dedicated, so they would probably watch the premium anyway. Whereas some people would just get annoyed by the live stream. And they might also get confused by, like, the similar looking thumbnails. So that's why we're splitting things. And I think this experiment so far has been a success. I'll be watching the premium edit at work later on. Thank you. All right, let's keep ranking items. All right. The choice items. I mean, they're in the thumbnail, and I've equipped them myself for a reason, right? I mean, we are going to explain about them, but these items don't need much explanation, right? They're amazing, right? They are the items of choice very often. All of them are amazing. Just to explain what they do, for the uninitiated, they give you immense power at a price. Choice Band increases your attack by 50%. Choice Scarf increases your speed by 50%. Just like a one-stage boost. And Choice Specs increases your special attack by 50%. And they all have the same drawback. It's that the first move you choose when you switch in, that's it. You can't choose a new move until you switch out, which is a very real drawback, but one that's quite skill testing and can also be worked around. So, in a sense, these moves sort of negate their drawback in a way. At least the power increasing ones do, because why would you want to switch moves? To deal more damage, right? But you're already dealing more damage. So it's less of a drawback than you might think. In terms of actually trying to, like, rank these, I think most people would agree that Specs is the worst, simply because it's easier to negate special attacks, right? Because Blissey exists, who can sort of stop any special attacker, And there really isn't a physical equivalent, right? I mean, there's Skarmory, who is very hard to kill, but eventually, if you hit hard enough, say if you had a choice band, you can break through Skarmory. Blissey is pretty much unbreakable, and also Assault Vest exists and is good, which also makes Specs a little bit worse. Let me see. I'm trying to catch up on chat here. What's our choice of which is Specs? Specs is the one I see the least. Whenever Specs is good, it's horrifying. Yeah, I mean, Specs is good. They're all really good. Yeah, they're all of these are really good, and you could justify any ordering, but I personally think the ordering is Scarf, Band, Specs. So the reason why I think Scarf personally is the best is because it adds like a whole new dimension to the entire meta. So Band and Specs sort of amplify your strengths, your existing strengths, right? So you don't have to be a psychic type, right, to predict that Garchomp is gonna hit you really hard, right? So how you play around Garchomp hitting you really hard is you either just expect to die, right? And switch into Pokemon that's gonna die. You're probably expecting at least like a life or 30% boost coming your way, right? Or you switch into Pokemon that can survive even a banded hit, right? I mean, that's sort of wishful thinking. And the difference between Band and Specs, or Band and Life Orb, is significant, right? The difference between 30 and 50% is huge. So, like, Band is a very significant boost. Might have to redo this. It's like the Choice Band, the difference between a Choice Band and Life Orb boost is significant, right? The extra 20% boost will allow you to hit different breakpoints, but you're still expecting to take massive damage. When a Pokemon has Choice Scarf and you don't expect it, you weren't expecting to take any damage, right? So when suddenly you're feeling the caress of Tyranitar's Choice Scarf on your neck as you're getting crunched, it's a disaster. That's why I think Scarf is sort of more impactful. Another thing is that you don't even have to use Choice Scarf to use Choice Scarf, right? Because Choice Scarf exists and is really good, you always have to consider, oh, what if my opponent is Scarfed? Heracross, I mean, it might be Scarfed. Flygon, it's like 100% Scarfed, right? Tyranitar, maybe Scarfed, not that often, but it could be anything. Garchomp might be Scarfed, it might be Banded. You always have to account for the fact that your opponent might be Scarfed and might suddenly destroy you when you don't expect it. That's why I think Scarfed is the best. Any arguments against it? Choice Band is pretty good, but is it as good as Binding Band? I personally think Scarf is the best. Band go brr, though. Yeah, I mean, Band is really good. I mean, I think, honestly, I think I said it before, but yeah, you could make convincing arguments to shuffle these around in any order. But you can't convince me that they don't belong in Sold Out. I think Scarf is good for mind games, but it doesn't outright win games like the other two. I think it does. Because very often, if you have a strong enough Pokemon with a Scarf that your opponents can no longer outspeed, like, it's over, right? Choice Band and Specs are literal win cons. Scarf is a means of speed control. I think Scarf is also a win condition. Scarf absolutely wins games because it can put in, like, powerhouse attackers at an untouchable speed tier. Like, if your opponent can never boost, what are they going to do? If their opponent can't outspeed you and they can't take an unboosted hit from you, then it's over. There's tons of scenarios where simply having a strong unboosted attacker faster than everything else means game over. We should also mention that the choice items synergize incredibly well with momentum moves, so U-turn and Volt Switch, because the drawback is you can only choose one move, but you choose the move and then you switch out, right? So you sort of get the boost of the item for free because the drawback of being locked in doesn't apply since you're out of there. And as if these items weren't good enough already, all three of them have the bonus effect of if you trick them to your opponent, now they're locked into one move, which maybe they really don't want to be if they're a defensive utility Pokemon who really can't take advantage of the boost these items provide and really hate the drawback. Poor flip turn. I honestly didn't know that move existed. I guess Parting Shot is another momentum move. I personally see Choice Scarf as a more defensive item or better a counterplay item. I see it differently, I would say. But then again, somebody named Fire Scizor would definitely be shilling for Choice Band, right? Great strategy with Galarian Darmanitan is you can run choice specs, so you have a choice boost in attack and special attack, so all moves get a boost. I don't know if that's as good as just running Scarf to be faster, or Band to absolutely annihilate things. But I mean, Galarian Darmanitan is just silly. Like, no matter what you do, you're probably gonna be winning the game, right? I'm more a specs guy, but I definitely see why Scarf would be on top. Yeah. Again, like, you could shuffle these in any order. They're all amazing. I think Specs is better than Band because special attackers tend to be faster, but it really just depends on the meta. Yeah. I honestly think that Band is better just because of the existence of, like, full stops to special attackers. So, Blissey and also, like, Assault Vest users and just Tyranitar. All of which are everywhere. Choice defense is number one. Okay, I think that's enough for the choice items. Number 1, Scarf. Number 2, Band. Number 3, Specs. Yeah, that is the order we're going with here. That's the order I agree with. Alright. Pop quiz, impossible difficulty. What berry is this? Hint. We've been going in alphabetical order, and this berry has a unique effect. Don't look it up. Chople, not correct, but good guess. The Wrath Above got it. It's Custap Berry. So, Custap Berry. It's a very unique pinch berry where if you are at critical health, it basically gives you a guaranteed Quick Claw effect where you will move first guaranteed. So, typically what you will do with this berry is you'll pair it with a sturdy Pokemon and Explosion. So, this is really only useful for, like, Gen 4. Wait, no, sorry. So you could do this with, like, Golem, I guess, where you would get the sturdy activation, be at 1 health, and then you could blow up. Unfortunately, with nerfed Explosion, since the generation where they actually buffed sturdy is the one where they nerfed Explosion. You could also see this as just giving you another move with your sturdy Pokemon, which is pretty useful. Honestly, I would put this in the bargain bin. I think it's honestly more useful than Chesto Berry. If you have Sturdy, you could always consider using Custap Berry to get a second turn. Not bad. Anything else to say about Custap Berry? Custap Berry Destiny Bond can sometimes catch people off guard. I would definitely be caught off guard. Glastrier uses it in BSS. That's something. Custap Berry is extremely funny with Harvest, but it is also so hard to get the combo off. Yeah. Theoretically, you don't even need Sturdy to use this, right? You just have to be at critical health, but Sturdy is the most reliable way to get there. You could also, I guess, sub or, like, endure, but at that point, you're really getting a little too gimmicky, I think. Custard Berry is very good for keeping stealth rocks. You underspeed in the setting turn, then you outspeed and KO yourself on the default turn, guaranteeing rocks. Yeah. The synergy with knocking yourself out. Yeah, I think Custard Berry is a solid, like, top of B item. Okay. I think that's it for Custard Berry, right? You laughed, but that was actual competitive theory at the time. I mean, not every theory pans out, right? By the way, why isn't mail on this list? It's actually been used before. I think mail used to be used because you couldn't knock it off. It was as if you had no item, but I mean, that's so specific. And I think that's been changed. So you would just never use mail anymore? I don't know. I mean, you could. I don't think it's worth mentioning. How mail would be used on Blissey so you couldn't be tricked? Alright. We'll mention it here, but I can't actually add it onto the tier list. Apparently, we've got mail, because the chat is telling me, where is mail? So, mail, as in, like, a held item that you can type things on and then send it to other players, used to actually be used, because you used to be able to see that your opponent had an item in preview, and it can't be tricked or knocked off, so you would use it on a Pokemon like Blissey that really hates having their item swapped for, hey, one of the choice items. But I mean, no. I would put this at like the very bottom of bargain bin for being like a super specific counterpick niche bluff item. It doesn't seem very good to me, but I mean, probably better than these city dump items because you did actually use it briefly. I would say that Pokemon is one place where male privilege doesn't actually exist. There we go. I think that's enough for mail. Cancelled. Well, not cancelled, right? Because I'm saying that male privilege does exist, but it doesn't exist in game. Too bad the mail was cancelled. Okay, I think that's enough about mail. I mean, what else can we do? Just dumb jokes about mail, right? Fail. Why use mail when you could use plate armor? That's a wow joke. I guess the answer would be if you can't actually equip plate because you're a shaman or a hunter or a shaman. I said shaman. Whatever. We're done with this. Okay, next. Damp rock, the stand-in for all of the weather extending rocks. So, what is this? Damp rock, heat rock, smooth rock, icy rock. If you're using a weather team, you're using these items. Yeah, good. The only question is if you're using a weather team. So these items were indirectly buffed by the weather nerf. So in Gen 5, weather setting abilities used to be permanent. It was awful, awful as in awful to play. The items or the abilities themselves were completely busted. But now automatic weather setting abilities only last for 5 turns, but you can extend them to 8 with the rock items here. Very good, yeah. If you're using weather, you are almost 100% using these items because the entire crux of your team is the weather and the benefits it provides to your team. Why would you not want 3 additional turns of that? Low B tier? Low A? Yeah, I think it's high A. If you're using weather, which is a legitimate strategy, you're using these items. Anything else to say about the weather extending rocks? The duration boost also applies to actually using the weather moves, like Rain Dance or Sunny Day, but like who actually uses the weather moves in modern day gaming, right? The Ice Rock is like big root tier. I guess so. Ice Rock in particular is significantly worse, but whatever. I mean, I think since this is the stand-in for all the rocks, we'll just put them in A. They were used in Gen 4 before the weather abilities were super common? Yeah. But nowadays you wouldn't do that. Terrain extenders are bad. Yeah, we'll get there. Nolan B4. You obviously haven't faced Aurora Veil. Well, if you're using Aurora Veil, then you're using Light Clay, right? Okay, next. Eject button. So when you take damage, you switch out. It's sort of like Wimpod and Golisopod's emergency exit and Wimp out abilities, but in an item, and it activates whenever you take damage, not just when you drop below half health. Surprisingly, not pure trash for one reason. So, in doubles with Dynamax, you can trick eject button to your opponent and switch them out, which will negate their Dynamax, which is kind of a gimmick, but also kind of legit. So, because of that, we're gonna put it in the bargain bin, right? I mean, we'll put it above Berserk Gene because Berserk Gene doesn't really exist, but like more useful than you'd think, right? I think putting eject button on yourself with the intention of actually getting switched out is I can't honestly think of a situation where you want that to happen. It is singles. We are mentioning doubles. It's not complete garbage. I really don't like Dynamax. I support this item 100%. I guess in singles, Dynamax has been banned, so it really isn't that useful, but it is useful if you don't like winning, that's true. I think people put this on Rotom Wash at one point. I don't remember why, though. I have no idea why they would do that. Where's Surf Mail? I'm sorry. No males on this list. Possible synergy with recharge moves, but why would you use recharge moves? Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll mention that. So, I guess you could use a recharge move like a Hyper Beam or a Hyper Beam clone and then get hit and then eject button out to negate the recharge turn, but wow, what a gimmick. What sort of strategy is this? It's the absence of strategy is what I would say. I know what Custap Berry and Binding Band are, but I honestly have no clue what the next one is. Well, the hint is this is alphabetical, right? So we just did eject button. So this is eject pack. So eject button sibling. Eject pack is definitely more useful, I would say. It switches you out when your stats get lowered in any capacity. So if your opponent intimidates you, you're out of there. Or more relevant, still super gimmicky, but you can't actually control this because you can eject pack out when you lower your own stats by using, say, Draco Meteor or Overheat. why wouldn't you just use like specs or a life orb to boost the power of that move and then like switch out normally? I mean, I don't really know. But you could potentially do this. I will say your opponent won't expect it. I think it's probably less useful than eject button because tricking eject button to a Dynamax Pokemon and getting them out of there is actually like something you could theoretically do, especially in doubles. I don't know why you would ever have eject pack be your Draco Meteor spam strategy, especially because it's a consumable item, right? So you can only do it once, and the next time you switch in, you just have no item. But I mean, you could. You could definitely maybe put this in the dump, but it's like, I think, cute enough that we'll maybe put it at the very bottom of the bargain bin. Like, you're gonna have to really dig for it. It's better than the button? Sure. Could be nice against Intimidate. You could use eject button Cofagrius past the Mummy ability and switch out on the same turn to Slacking, and then use Pursuit to get Mummy instead of Truant. I guess. Seems a little specific to me. Okay, I think that's it for eject pack. Alright, next. I'm assuming a lot of people have no idea what this item is. To be honest, I didn't either before I looked it up. But these aren't chickpeas, although you can see chickpeas behind me on top of the fridge. I have 3 cans there, and even more cans under my bed. Doesn't really have to do with this item, but this item is, I believe, the electric seed? So these are the seeds. There's one for each of the terrains. I believe electric seed and grass seed increase your defense, and then psychic seed and misty seed increase your special defense? I think that's true. It might be different. Who cares? So, on terrain, these activate, guaranteed. And then boost one of those. So you could kind of think of it as an assault vest that you have to activate, but like doesn't come with a restriction. But also an assault vest that's consumable and doesn't last upon switching back in. These are like giga gimmick. I don't know, man. People are saying A in the chat. I don't know, man. This seems like so restrictive. Has a condition, and the upside is very whatever. If these increased your offenses or your speed, then maybe, because you can reliably set terrain with certain terrain setters. Otherwise, this would be in the dump. But I mean, whatever. I'm gonna put this in the bargain bin. I don't think it's that good. Seeds are A tier in doubles? Oh yeah, sure. I would agree with that. But we are primarily considering singles. Definitely way better in doubles. But for singles, maybe B. Works very well on Unburden users. Yeah, it could be a way to activate Unburden. Sure. But then you're like using an Unburdened Pokemon specifically on a terrain, on a team with a terrain setter. It seems a little bit too specific to me. But yeah, seeds definitely better in doubles where terrain is more prevalent, and you also don't do as much switching. So you keep the boost around for much longer. I think that's enough for the seeds. Okay, next. You want an Eviolite? Too bad, we're sold out, baby. Eviolite. Very good and very interesting and fun item. So basically, if your Pokemon is capable of evolving, Eviolite gives you a 1.5% boost to both your defense and special defense. So it's like a Giga Assault Vest. And the only condition is that you be able to evolve, which is deceptively good. In general, you want to use, fully evolved Pokemon because they're the strongest, but a lot of Pokemon, specifically ones that gained evolutions later, really, really love Eviolite. So Dusclops is better than Dusknoir because of Eviolite. Chansey is better than Blissey because of Eviolite. Porygon 2 is very different than Porygon Z. I mean, Porygon Z is a special sweeper. You're not going to be sweeping much with it. And Porygon 2 is a wall. An amazing wall because of Eviolite. Even Scyther has non-meme bulky setup sets because of Eviolite. This adds a whole new dimension, breathes new life into any unevolved Pokemon. Amazing item. Very fun. And of course, in Little Cup, right next to Berry Juice here, it's ridiculous, right? It's completely busted because almost every Pokemon in Little Cup can evolve. Amazing item. Sold out for sure. I don't really think there's anything to add about this. Yeah, weird that Rhydon can use it even though it can't evolve. Very, very strange. Rhydon can't evolve, right? I never heard of an evolution to that Pokemon. It's weird that Rhydon can use it even though it can't evolve, right? Jeez. Yeah. Duoblade is good in Gen 6 UU. Anything else to add about Eviolite? I think we covered most things. Rhydon has an item that gives it armor. Yeah, the Eviolite, right? Duoblade is cooler than Aegislash. Yeah. Okay. Next. Okay. The Expert Belt. Very straightforward item. Super effective moves deal 20% more damage. So if you're a Pokemon that has a wide range of coverage moves, but not necessarily a single go-to super strong stab move that you use to bust through things, you'd probably go with Expert Belt. Electivire moment, sadly. Honestly, I think Expert Belt, although you would typically rather opt to use a Life Orb or one of the choice items if you're looking to just deal mad DPS, there are scenarios where you'd go like, yeah, I think Expert Belt is the best item for my set. So I'm going to put it, I think, very bottom of Amazon Prime. Maybe not Prime, but you would consider using this on quite a few Pokemon. This is essential if you're doing a... let me think. One important aspect of this item is you can slap it on a physical attacking Swampert so that you can call your set Expert. Probably the best usage of this item. But yeah, as somebody said in chat, yeah, in general, you would rather just use Life Orb. But Expert Belt's not bad at all. Does anybody disagree with a low A placement for Expert Belt? Worse than Life Orb, but really good at bluffing choice items? Yeah. One thing people brought up in chat is that this is very good for bluffing a choice item, because your opponent takes more damage than they might expect, and unlike Life Orb, they don't get a message, right? They don't get to see that you took damage from a Life Orb, so they might trick themselves into thinking like, oh, maybe they're choiced. And then you switch moves and destroy them. Maybe. But that's like a little bonus of Expert Belt. Okay, good. I think we mentioned the choice lock. Okay. Next. Okay. Figgy berry. I don't think figgy is a real word, but there is that weird song about like kids harassing you until you give them a figgy pudding. I don't know, man. I don't know what a figgy pudding is. I guess it's made with figgy berries. So this is the stand-in for all of the pinch berries that restore your health by, I believe, 33% nowadays. They all have a drawback of confusing you if your Pokemon doesn't like the flavor of the berry, which is dictated by their nature. But you can always make it so that you have a berry that your Pokemon actually likes and won't get confused by. So this is sort of... Yeah, they got buffed in Gen 6. They used to be complete crap. But since they now restore more health than Citrus Berry, they have a use. It's basically if you want a little bit of recovery and bulk, but you don't have time for leftovers. You can sort of think of the boost of recovery as like 7 turns of leftovers. When you put it that way, wow, that's really good. But of course, leftovers is consistent and reliable, and for this, you have to get dropped into the pinch berry range. There are still tons of Pokemon that really do appreciate the burst of recovery. Excellent in doubles, way more useful in doubles, but even in singles, you would consider using this. I think it's a little bit more niche than Expert Belt, but still there are sets where you're like, I want the burst of recovery, I'm gonna equip one of these. Bring me a Figgy Berry, or I won't go away. I think that's how the song goes, but they're talking about pudding. I don't know. Anything else about Figgy Berry? Thing is super fun with cheek pouch recycled Dedenne. Interesting strategy, friend. Oh no, okay. You think it's better than Expert Belt, personally? I could see it. Fig fruits are cursed. Yeah, if you don't know about how figs like fruit and pollinate, they basically like consume the wasp that pollinates them. It's actually horrifying. They're decent for belly drum, though usually worse than Custap for it. I'd probably use Citrus Berry for that, because Citrus Berry now activates at 50%. I think that's enough for Figgy Berry, right? Okay, we will mention that. So these berries were notably Giga OP in Gen 7 because they used to restore half health, which was ridiculous. And then they rightfully nerfed that to 33%. Still good. Okay. Why did they nerf it, bro? It was definitely overpowered. I'm glad they nerfed it. It was way too good. TK Loss 96. Is that a Walt profile picture? It's kind of small on my screen. Okay. Next. Flame Orb. And also Toxic Orb. We may as well talk about them at the same time. So Flame Orb is a held item that inflicts burn on yourself, and Toxic Orb inflicts toxic on yourself. Why would you want to do this? Quite a few reasons, actually, that might not be obvious to somebody who mainly just plays the mainline games. So the big one is the Guts ability. So Guts increases your attack by 1.5 when you're statused. Marvel Scale is another one. Marvel Scale increases your defense by 1.5 when you're statused. With the drawback that now you're afflicted with one of these status ailments, right? So you could sort of think of Flame Orb as a choice band on a Guts Pokemon. I guess, how do we... we'll restart this. So, isn't Guts doubled? No, 1.5. So on a Guts Pokemon, you could sort of think of Flame Orb as a choice band that doesn't lock you into a move, which is really good, although it does have the downside that you have to sort of activate it, right? You don't start with the boost, you have to wait till the end of a single turn to activate the Flame Orb and get the actual boost. Also interacts with Facade, yeah, very good. Flame Orb is notably worthless in single player since you can just get burned by a wild Pokemon. How do you reliably get burned by a wild Pokemon? There used to be sort of a debate between whether Flame Orb or Toxic Orb was better on Guts Pokemon, because there's a bit of math to do there. Because Toxic does 6% damage the first turn, then 12% the second turn, and then 18% the third turn. Whereas Flame Orb always did 12% each turn. So it worked out to first turn and second turn, Toxic Orb does less overall. Third turn, they do the same overall, and fourth turn and beyond, Toxic Orb does more. That all no longer applies because Burn has been nerfed and now does 6.5% a turn. So in the current generation, if you are a Guts Pokemon, just use Flame Orb. But you might still use Toxic Orb if you're a Quick Feet Pokemon, because Quick Feet doesn't actually negate the attack drop of Burn. And also, if you're a Toxic... and also, if you're a Poison Heal Pokemon, like Gliscor or Balloon, obviously you have to be poisoned and not burned, so you would use a Toxic Orb for that. Just let a weak Pokemon use Ember on you? I assume you're talking about setting up Burn on a Guts Pokemon. It's like ridiculous, right? Why in the world are you running around trying to get burned by wild Pokemon when you could just be playing the game? Toxic Orb is better than Flame Orb overall because Poison Heal is absolutely broken? Maybe. Other things about these items, you can fling them to inflict their respective status. I mean, that's not really anything you would do, but we'll at least mention it. And also, just sort of a bonus of statusing yourself is that it means your opponent can't status you. So if you're a Guts Pokemon who's burned, that means you can't be paralyzed or slept, which is really useful. And it's why you might run these items even on a Pokemon that doesn't have Guts or Poison Heal, like say Magic Guard, as a way to sort of protect yourself from other status that would be far more detrimental to you. All that being said, I think that these items both go on your Amazon Prime list. I'm going to put them all the way up here because if you are a Guts Pokemon or a Poison Heal Pokemon, you are using these items. They're excellent. Anything else to say about these items? That was a lot, but I think we covered everything. Need to complete the set. Where are sleep orbs and frozen orbs? Even if those items existed, I'm not really sure what use they would have. Okay, looks like nothing else for the status orbs. I think everybody agrees high A tier is where they belong. They're very good. Okay. Float Stone. Reduces your weight by half. I mean, we're not going down to an F tier, but Floatstone does start with F. This thing is completely useless. I mean, like, this stuff, really hard to activate, but at least when it activates, it does something. Floatstone reducing your weight by 50%. I mean, if your goal is to reduce the damage you take from, like, low kick, why would you not just use a Choppleberry, right? I mean, Grass Knot and low kick users not in shambles because nobody is using Floatstone. Absolute garbage. Niche of niche. You don't have an item. You don't have an item if you choose to use Floatstone. Pretty ironic that an item all about floating sinks to the very bottom. Garbage. You could do Heavy Metal Floatstone to really let your opponent know who's boss. Use it on the same set. Use it on the same team as a Sky High Rotom, right? Okay. Alright, SFM Red 33 with... I mean, the best use for Floatstone, right? Floatstone is a weight loss supplement. The most fun you're ever going to have with Floatstone is hearing that joke. Yeah. Okay, yeah, somebody pointed out, it's literally worse than no item because this makes you vulnerable to knockoff. Yeah. I would rather have no item. Awful. I don't think anybody has any defenses for Floatstone. We may as well note that reducing your weight isn't even strictly upside, right? Because it also nerfs Heavy Slam or Heat Press if those are moves you want to use. Alright, we're done with Floatstone. Alright. Well, I got a Slack notification. Ah, it's okay. Okay, great. Focus Band. People might not... Focus Band. People might not actually know what this does. But, Focus Band. If you take fatal damage, you have a 10% chance to survive. So, if you're RNGesus himself, this makes you immortal, right? Because there's no limit on how often it can activate. So, you could become unkillable. 90% of the time is... nothing happens. So, where do we put Bright Powder? Here we go. I guess it's actually worse than Bright Powder because Bright Powder doesn't require it to be a lethal hit. It could just negate any attack. Focus Band, you only ever get the roll for the 1% survival. Focus Band, you only ever get the roll for the 10% survival if it's a fatal hit. So yeah, I mean 10% of the time it works every time. 90% of the time you have no item. No. I think that's everything to say about Focus Band, right? Poor man's Focus Sash. I think they actually cost the same, so not even. This actually predates Focus Sash. I believe this was Gen 3 and Focus Sash was Gen 4. Anything else about Focus Band? I don't think so. Some ROM hacks use this item and it's awful. It always activates at the worst possible time. It's just obnoxious. Oh, it's Gen 2? Really? I guess we'll redo that then. So, Focus Band is actually Gen 2 and Focus Sash is Gen 4. So, Focus Band predates Focus Sash. Is that really worth anything? I don't think so. Had another name in Gen 2? I don't know about that. Maybe. So Focus Band actually predates Focus Sash by 2 generations. Focus Band is Gen 2, Focus Sash is Gen 4. So your option for a focus item was focus band for 2 generations, but really you should just focus on a better item. Don't use this. There you go. Okay, I think that's enough for focus band. Focus sash. Can't wait for Oranberry. Oranberry's not on the list, sorry. Focus sash. How do I say this? Okay, focus sash. Sash starts with S. You want one? I'm sorry. We're sold out. We don't have any. Focus sash is incredible. So, if you're at full health and you take lethal damage, focus sash will guarantee that you stay alive at 1 HP. So, on like fast, frail attackers, this basically doubles your longevity, right? Because you get 2 attacks instead of 1. Amazing. So many instances where getting that second turn literally wins you the game. Used very often on lead Pokemon, because that way there are no entry hazards that could potentially break your sash before you actually get a chance to benefit from it. There's so many Pokemon that run ways specifically to like counter sash. There's a whole like lead meta where you try and break your opponent's sash with like a priority move and then you knock them out, or maybe you knock them down to their sash and then you bullet punch them to take them out before they can do anything. Focus sash is incredible. Influences the game in so many ways. Is the crux of anything else to say about Focus Sash? Lots of other stuff to say. Lots of other stuff to say about Focus Sash. You can use Focus Sash on a super gimmick set called FEAR. It's an acronym. FEAR. The F is the rude word of your choice. E is evil. A is attack. And R is rodent. Because you would do this, or I guess just Rattata. Because you do this on Rattata, where you'd use like a level 1 Rattata. Focus Sash would keep you alive as you get, crushed into a paste. Then you endeavor to knock your opponent also down to 1 HP, and then you quick attack them. Super gimmick set. You wouldn't really do this, but you can do it thanks to Focus Sash. Why did they make Focus Sash so expensive? It should be everywhere. Oh yeah, I guess it's really expensive in-game, and in-game consumable items do not come back after battle, which is really annoying. But in competitive, you get to reuse your item in the next battle. Yeah, level 1 Aaron is much better. We'll talk about that when we get to Shell Bell. I think we've said most things that we need to for Focus Sash, right? Anything else? Okay. Oh, we should mention, I said the acronym wrong? Did I? What did I say? Focus Sash, Endeavor, Quick Attack, Rattata. Oh, okay. I guess we'll redo that then. Focus Sash is an integral part of Fear Rattata, which is Focus Sash, Endeavor, Quick Attack, Rattata. You use a level 1 Rattata. Your Focus Sash keeps you alive as your opponent annihilates you, drops you to 1 HP. You Endeavor them to also drop them to 1 HP, and then you Quick Attack them. Giga Gimmick, you can maybe take out one of their Pokemon. There's, usually better things you can do. But you can do this thanks to Focus Sash. Okay, great. What item is this? That was F, so this must be Full Incense. What does Full Incense do? There's Full Incense and there's Lax Incense. Hang on. 1 second here. You should be able to see a Full Incense. This might be the lagging tail effect. Yeah, it's lagging tail. Okay. I don't know why I put this on the list in addition to lagging tail. So Full Incense and lagging tail do the exact same thing, which is it makes you go second in your priority bracket. Why would you ever want to do this? This is bad. So, I'm trying to think of uses. This is basically the ability stall in an item. So stall also makes you go last in your priority bracket. Notably, this doesn't drop your speed, because that would actually be useful in like Trick Room. This always makes you go last in your priority bracket. So why would you want to do this? I guess you could give it to your opponent, but in that case you're using a move slot, your item, and a turn, all to ensure that one Pokemon on your opponent's team moves second. That seems pretty bad to me. That seems pretty bad to me. You could maybe use this with like a momentum move, like a U-turn or Volt Switch or Parting Shot, to ensure that you go second, take the hit, and then get to bring in the next Pokemon safely. I mean, we know how powerful that is from the negative priority on Teleport, but Teleport pretty much guarantees that you're going second and also doesn't take your item. This is just bad, guys. I think we're definitely putting these in the city dump. Is it worse than Floatstone? It might be, because Floatstone at least does nothing. This pretty much actively hurts you, but I think Lagging Tail is better than Full Incense, because it kind of looks like a mini Onix, so it at least has that going for it. Onix, even in item form, lagging behind other choices you could make. So sad. Yeah, anything else to say about Lagging Tail and Full Incense? Lagging Tail, more like Buffering Tail. F's for Onix, right? Can't catch a break even in the item tier list. Iron Ball is similar. Iron Ball is way better. We'll talk about Iron Ball soon, I guess. Should we talk about Iron Ball here too, or are we going to wait one time? We're going to wait. I think Iron Ball is different enough that it gets its own entry. Is Lagging Tail a piece of Onix? I mean, it would explain why it sucks, yeah. Yeah, Iron Ball is actually like... Iron Ball actually has uses, so... Okay, here we go. Next. Heavy duty boots, baby. The drip. So, I mean, Charizard is my favorite Pokemon. I'm not biased, but yeah, heavy duty boots are amazing. They're not in stock anymore, I'm afraid. So, heavy duty boots has one simple effect. Negates all entry hazards. Entry hazards are everywhere and incredibly influential. So, being able to avoid them, even at the cost of your item slot, is definitely worth it. If you're a Pokemon like Charizard or Volcarona, YouTube, please don't demonetize me for saying that Pokemon's name. You would absolutely run this, because it's like healing for 50%. Crazy. Even if you have a 25% weakness to Stealth Rocks, you might run this. Even if you don't have a weakness to Stealth Rocks, you might run this. Because even if it negates one instance of 12.5% damage, that's like 2 turns of leftovers. And it happens every time you switch in. That's pretty good. Negates Sticky Web too. I think that you might choose to go with the drip very reasonably. Excellent item. With the prevalence of defog, it's easier to remove hazards, but what if you don't want to defog, right? What if you have your own hazards? Heavy duty boots. You could sort of think of this as, do I dedicate a team slot to a Pokemon that can defog or rapid spin, or do I dedicate an item slot to heavy duty boots? And an item slot is a much lesser cost, so heavy duty boots, real good. I think we covered everything for heavy duty boots. Excellent item, right? I don't think anybody disagrees with S placement. Heavy duty boots, Smoltres. Who's Moltres? Do you mean Moltos? Like the Firebird, right? Move it above Sash? I think Sash is a little bit better. Because also Sash has... We don't take into account availability that much, as in, like, gens it's actually been in. I still think Sash is better. Because Sash has just done so much over the years. Moltres, yeah. Who's Moltres? Has anybody heard of this Pokemon? I'm talking about Moltos that you catch on Pokemon Island, bro. Okay. We're going at a pretty good pace. How long have we been going? About 2.5 hours? Yeah, we're doing well. I can't believe I missed like half the stream. Well, welcome! I mean, there's always the VOD. And of course, the premium edit is coming out probably today, assuming that YouTube actually processes the video. The reason why the last Karen challenge premium took so long to come out was the video was processing on YouTube for like 8 or like over 12 hours, and I couldn't actually download it and start editing it. Hopefully, this will come out today. Alright, I think that's everything for heavy duty boots. Very good item. Alright. Iron Ball. On paper, strictly bad, right? So it cuts your speed in half and also grounds you. So if you have levitate or flying, you no longer have levitate or flying. But there are actually instances where you want to reduce your speed, namely if you're going to be in a trick room. I would say this is pretty niche even within trick room, because generally, if you're running a trick room team and you've built your team to be as slow as possible, you're slow enough, right? Because the enemy is already trying to be faster most of the time. So if they're trying to be faster, you're trying to be slower, you're going to be slower, like 95% of the time. But maybe you want to be even slower. So you would equip an Iron Ball. You could theoretically trick it to your opponent to make them slower. I don't really think that's worth it. But you could also become an Olympic shot putter and clonk him on the head with Iron Ball and Fling for 130 damage, which is no joke. So I definitely think this is too gimmicky to be on your Amazon Prime wish list. But in the bargain bin, sure. Sure. And I also have Macho Brace on here as a separate item because it has the same speed reduction, but it doesn't ground you. So if you're a Levitate user who is in a Trick Room team, like maybe Bronzong, you would maybe use Macho Brace. And hey, it powers up your Gyro Ball. So definitely a gimmick item, but a gimmick that you might actually consider without being like laughed out of the room. I put a notification for this stream, yet I forgot, and YouTube didn't tell me. Susan, please. I'd say the stream so far has actually been very successful. Pretty much exactly as successful as it would have been on the main channel, which bodes well. Yeah, Iron Ball is, like, not as bad as you would think. This, okay, good line. This is to go even slower. Doesn't Fling use up the item, which sucks? Yeah, it's definitely a gimmick, but you can do it. And notably, if you do it on Tyranitar, you even get stab. Oh, yeah, okay. Good point somebody brought up is that in Weather Wars, the slower weather setter wins. As in, the faster weather activates first, then the slower weather activates. So in that case, you do also want to be slower, and one way to make yourself slower, hold an Iron Ball. Or Macho Brace. So Groudon would use this before the days of Red Orb and Primordial, not Primordial Land, Desolate Land, which is obviously just a whole new realm of busted. Okay, I think that's everything for Iron Ball. King's Rock, and also I believe Razor Fang has the exact same effect. So it gives your moves a chance to flinch your opponent. So Giga Gimmick, the vast majority of the time, this does nothing because your opponent didn't flinch. Also does nothing if you're slower, right? Because the flinch only matters if you're actually hitting your opponent before they get a chance to act. But every hit of multi-hit moves has a chance to flinch. So skill link users can use this to, I think, have like a close to 40-50% chance to flinch their opponent, which is really funny, but not good. For the most part, you'd rather just use a damage boosting item and kill your opponent rather than rely on like a chance to flinch them. If you fling it, it's 100% flinch, but yeah, then you're using your item and a move slot just to flinch your opponent once. It's like a really bad version of fake out. I think for being a Giga Gimmick, we're going to put it here in the bargain bin. I actually think it's worse than the speed reducing items. Serene Grace plus flinch move users, I don't think it stacks. I looked it up on Bulbapedia. Even bad fake out is still fake out though? No, because fake out has massive priority, which is why it's useful. Like when I say bad fake out, it's really bad fake out. Fake out. I don't think it stacks with Serene Grace, guys. Or if it does stack, then Serene Grace doesn't benefit the item at least. And even on Serene Grace Pokemon, like 60% is enough, right? Use a different item. Okay, I think that's everything for King's Rock. Alright, here we go. Alright. Leftovers. I think it's fair to say this is the best Apple product of all time. Everybody knows about lefties. I don't think this will be that controversial. I think Leftovers is the best item in the game. So Leftovers doesn't have a very exciting effect. It restores 6% of your health at the end of each turn. But if you consider where Leftovers has seen play, I don't think you can really argue against it being the most ubiquitous, useful item in the history of Pokemon. Since Gen 2, when we fished this out of the trash can, this has been on every single team ever, right? If you're a defensive Pokemon, Leftovers. Even if you're a bulky offensive Pokemon, like, say, like a Gyarados, bulky Gyarados set, you would use Leftovers. Almost every Pokemon in the game, unless you're like Deoxys A, has the capacity to make use of Leftovers. Do you want to just hang in there longer as a stall Pokemon? Leftovers. Want a little bit of extra longevity as a sweeper? Leftovers. Negate weather damage? Leftovers. Imagine how powerful the apple was before somebody ate it. This thing's crazy. People love Leftovers. I love Leftovers. Like, even though we have a tier called City Dump, there's no way that the Leftovers go there. I mean, it's first on everyone's purchase list. Amazing item. Amazing item. Don't know what to run? May as well use Leftovers. Anything else to add? Great with Sturdy too. I don't know about that one. What tastes better, the full apple or potato mochi? Potato mochi was actually incredible. Please watch my potato mochi video. Like, no meme, the potato mochi was delicious. I would recommend it. I think all the apple did before it was eaten was evolve into Applin. What a downgrade. Yeah, the only leftovers are the leftovers of fame every other item gets. it seems like everybody, this is incredible. Chat is pretty much unanimously. Okay, so how do I say it? So, yeah, chat is pretty much unanimous. Or no, okay. So chat is pretty much in unanimous agreement. Leftovers is the best item in the game. Nobody's even arguing otherwise. I don't really think you can. Yeah, leftovers incredible, best item in the game. Yeah, at worst it's okay. At best it's invincibility. I don't know if it's invincibility, but yeah, it's pretty good. Leftovers is so good that Thief No Item Miseravis is an actual strat used to steal leftovers from key threats of Gen 2. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, it's the apple that keeps... so, like... good line here, so... This thing must have come from the Given tree. It never stops giving. Good line. Thanks, Bonnie. Leftovers is the only non-garbage Gen 2 item. I don't know if I'd go that far, but it's definitely the best item from Gen 2. Because it's the best item ever, right? So, of course. Alright. And we broke the alphabet to put Black Sludge here, because Black Sludge is literally just better leftovers, but you have to be a poison type to actually use it. If you are a poison type, it's leftovers. And if you're not a poison type, it actually is anti-leftovers, right? It hurts you. But the reason why it's better is because, obviously, if you're using it, you're a poison type, and if your opponent steals it from you somehow with Trick, then they get hurt instead of healed. So, in that sense, it's better than leftovers, but it's so much narrower that I think we'll put it just below leftovers. I think that's fine. Anything else to say about Black Sludge? I don't think so. Oh, yeah, okay. That's good to add. So, specifically in doubles VGC, where there is item clause and you can only use one of each item, Black Sludge is amazing because it's basically a second leftovers for your poison types. Imagine having powerful artifacts of legend, but the best items are a scarf, a pile of sludge, and a half-eaten apple. Yeah. Black Sludge, more like leftovers at home. I don't know if I'd say that, because usually the at home meme means it's worse, right? But Black Sludge is actually better. It's just more narrow. Okay. I think it's enough praise for leftovers and Black Sludge. Next. Lepaberry. So, Lepaberry restores 10 PP when you run out of PP on a move. How often do you run out of PP on your moves in competitive battles? Never. Never. So this basically does nothing. So why did I include it? Because this is a key item. I'm wondering if somebody's going to bring it up. This is a key item in Fun Bro. What is Fun Bro? So Fun Bro is actually a banned set because it's just so fun. So it's Slow Bro with block. So now your opponent can't switch. Slack off. So hopefully they can't kill you. You start stalling them out. What if you run out of PP? Well, you have a Lepaberry. But Lepaberry is consumable, right? It's gone. Well, that's why you have Recycle, which restores your Lepaberry. So now you can keep going forever. But of course, your opponent can't, right? Your opponent is eventually going to start struggling. They're going to struggle themselves to death, and they'll finally be released. Except they won't, because you have Heal Pulse as your last move. So that means they get to stay with you, having fun, forever. Come play with me. Let's have fun. Together. Forever. Yeah, okay. Obviously not actually good, but it is banned because it is literally an endless battle, and your opponent has no choice but to concede. I guess you could also concede, but presumably, if you're the kind of monster that would run Fun Bro, you're not conceding, right? You don't have a life, so your opponent is gonna concede. Yeah. In terms of how I would actually rank Lepaberry, it at least does something, so we'll put it here. And honestly, I'll put it above these activation items, except Adrenaline Orb, because you can actually get this to activate. And if you're using a low PP move against, say, like an opponent with pressure, this might actually activate. I still would choose another item, but hey, it does something. Anything else for Lepaberry? I guess it's good for metronome battles. Ditto could use it? I guess because Ditto only has 5 PP, but in what universe are you using Lepaberry? You have to consider, right? You could be using Choice Scarf, right? You would just use Choice Scarf. No retreat, no reprieve, no matter what. Oh yeah, I guess first in-game mention, but yeah, usually in Pokemon games, PP restoring items like ethers and elixirs are not buyable. They're a limited quantity, but Lepaberries, they literally grow from the ground, from the loamy soil. So in-game Lepaberry is very, very useful as a reliable and renewable way to restore your PP. Let's sustainability. I think that's a good thing to mention. Yeah. Bring back Loamy. Okay, I think that's good for Lepaberry. Life Orb. Did you place your pre-order? If not, I'm sorry, we're sold out. We don't have any left. Life Orb. Excellent, excellent item. A powerful item that gives you guaranteed power at a price. So 30% increase in damage to all your moves, but every single time you attack, you take 10% of your total health in recoil. So that actually is a significant drawback because that'll eventually chip you down and it adds up along with, any damage you might take from entry hazards or weather or maybe your own recoil moves like Flare Blitz. All of that chip damage is eventually moving you closer and closer to getting absolutely destroyed by a Choice Band Scissor. You're sort of running the clock on yourself, but for the power and the flexibility it offers you, really, this is unmatched. It's excellent. You could even argue that it's above the choice items. You could. I personally think the choice items are a little bit better, but Life Orb, excellent. And also notable that this has ridiculous synergy with Sheer Force. So Sheer Force powers up all your moves by 30%, but it removes all secondary effects. So, for example, a flamethrower gets 30% stronger, but can no longer burn. For whatever reason, I have no idea why, Life Orb's recoil counts as a secondary effect and gets negated, even though recoil from actual damaging moves like Flare Blitz does not get negated. I have no idea why, but hey, Nidoking is really glad it works this way. One thing that really confuses me about this item is just the text that plays. So when you use Life Orb and you take the recoil, it says, X Pokemon hung on to life. I have no idea what that means, and the Japanese is not any clearer. The Japanese basically says hung on to life. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Maybe somebody can tell me. Ooh, another downside of Life Orb that we should mention is that because Life Orb deals recoil damage to you, and your opponent obviously can see that, your opponent immediately knows that you're using Life Orb. Whereas if you're using a Choice Band or just like a damage boosting item, your opponent might not know. So you get to play mind games with them, whereas Life Orb reveals itself as soon as you attack, which is a downside. Maybe the great power given is killing them or something? I have no idea. But I think this is a very well-balanced, powerful, and fun item. I think it's great. I think this placement is fine for it. You could argue it should be higher, but certainly no lower. Dynamax plus Life Orb plus Hustle negates Hustle's accuracy for 3 turns? Wow. Oh, other things about Life Orb. If you Dynamax, Life Orb doesn't take 10% of your new Dynamax health, it only takes 5% because it counts your original health. So that's nice, but I mean, Dynamax is banned, so you can't really count that. Oh, welcome back, Shiki. I almost said your real name. Uh-oh. Although I think if I said your real name, that would still be fine, right? I don't think they're going to find you. Oh, yeah, I should mention that, yeah. Magic Guard, as if the ability wasn't good enough already, also negates the recoil from Life Orb. So incredibly good on Life Orb, Magic Guard, Clefable, or Alakazam. Alakazam also loves it. Or Reuniclus. Anything else to say about Life Orb? Oh, okay, I guess the, another way you could think of... so how about this? You could also think of Life Orb as actually saving you health, because you take 10% from the recoil, but you maybe knocked your opponent out when you wouldn't have otherwise. So in that sense, you took a lot less damage than would have been dealt to you if your opponent had survived. Oh. Okay, I think we've spent like 10 minutes on Life Orb. That's enough. Alright. Light Ball. So you might be confused by this item's inclusion, since I specifically said I wasn't going to do Pokemon-specific items. So I have Light Ball on here because it has like a unique interaction with Fling. So you can fling Light Ball to paralyze your opponent with a 30 base power Dark-type move. So it's basically Bad Nuzzle that you can only do once. But it is a certified Verlicify strat. I think he did it once on a Fling Weavile. So if Verlicify endorses it, you know it's good. Yeah, I mean, there's some bad berries in the game, but the lowest hanging fruit of all is making fun of Verlicify. What does Light Ball actually do? It doubles Pikachu's offenses, and if you watched last week's Pokemon Karen Challenge, you know that even with doubled offenses, Pikachu is absolute trash. So yeah, we'll actually put this in the city dump. There you go. I mean, it's better than Floatstone. Any Light Ball defenders? In Hackmon's Light Ball on Imposter Pikachu is very funny. That's fair, but obviously we're not considering Hackmons for this. Don't let this distract you from the fact that Light Ball Modest Pikachu could Oko Suicune sets in Gen 3. I mean, that's something. Yeah, Pikachu's defenses are just disgusting. If you saw the last Karen Challenge, you'd see that we got one hit KO'd by a Gyro Ball from Bronzong. We're not even that fast. What a joke. If Light Ball buffed Raichu, it would actually be amazing, because Raichu has pretty okay offense is 90 each, but 110 base speed. It would actually be good. Pikachu could be devastating in Trick Room. I think Pikachu's actually a little bit too fast for Trick Room. Alright. Enough about Light Ball. Okay. Light Clay. I mean, I don't know. This guy looks pretty hefty to me. Alright. Light Clay, the item. It's pretty good. If you're using screens, this extends the screen duration from 5 turns to 8. This is a lot more suspect when it took, 2 turns, 1 to set Reflect, 1 to set Light Screen, but in the proud tradition of Alolan Ninetales carrying the entire ice typing, you would use this with Aurora Veil, and Aurora Veil is completely busted. It's Light Screen and Reflect in one, but it has to be Hailing, which basically means you have to use Alolan Ninetales. But Alolan Ninetales is pretty good. This is basically in Amazon Prime because you're gonna order it for your Ninetales. I will put it below the weather setting items, but hey, if you're trying to use Aurora Veil, which I mean you might be because it's insanely good, you're using Light Clay. Having the damage your team takes for 8 turns sounds pretty good to me. So good, I might even use an Ice type. Oh, okay. You'll also use it in doubles if you're using G-Max Lapras, because then it starts hailing and you set up your Aurora Veil. And hey, it benefits both your Pokemon. Seems pretty good. Good item. It's better than weather items because the gen weather was the best when the weather items weren't that useful. That's true. But I just think the scope of the weather items is a little bit broader, right? I mean, it's all the weathers are represented by this damp rock here. We're making pretty good progress. Any disagreements with this light clay placement? I think this is good, right? I honestly miss Gen 5 Weather Wars. You might be alone in that one. I don't. It was awful. Although I think Weather Wars was better than the buff dragon meta. It was literally just choice banded dragons spamming outrage. And if you tried to stop them, fighting types were there to break your steel types. It was horrible. I really think Light Clay is S tier. It enables so many broken things in lower Gen 8 tiers. I think it's a little bit too narrow. I still think it's very good. Definitely A. I don't quite think it would go in S. I mean, look at these S items. Right, they fit on pretty much any team, and then Light Clay, you have to be using Aurora Veil pretty much. But I could see Light Clay in S. Like, that's not outrageous. Alright, next. Lumberry. The general purpose status curing berry. So if you have Lumberry and you get statused, you're no longer statused once, because then it consumes the berry. Very good. Very good. There are lots of Pokemon who absolutely hate being statused, and if you hate being statused, just munch on a Lumberry. Sees a lot of use on lead Pokemon. Like one thing you could do is just stuff it on a Machamp, and if they tried to burn you, well, you could just cure it. And of course, I'm assuming that you're using No Guard for Dynamic Punch instead of Guts. Otherwise, you wouldn't mind being burned. Lots of uses for Lumberry. Honestly, far too many to list. But hey, if you don't want to be statused, slap on a Lumberry. I think we'll put it here. I'd say you can order this off of Amazon Prime. They've got some in stock. You'll get it next week. I guess if you have Prime, you'll get it in 2 days. Any disagreements about Lumberry in low A? Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Oh, Lumberry is essential for the Chad Shedinja? You can use it on Shedinja, I guess. I usually only see Lumberry on Dragonite. Dragonite makes very good use of it. Dragonite also uses weakness policy, right? We'll get there. Ever since the T-Wave nerf, it's been yet less useful. That's true, yeah. I'd say Lumberry can be high B since it can be easily read. What do you mean by that? Like your opponent can tell you're holding a Lumberry? How? After it cures status once? I mean, then it already did its job. You can predict that your opponent has a Lumberry? I mean, you can probably predict your opponent has a Choice Scarf too, right? If it's a Crocodile, it has a Scarf. That doesn't mean Scarf is bad. Okay, I think that's enough for Lumberry. I guess the last thing we'll do about Lumberry, it's a joke. Um, Lumberry is also very easy to obtain. They grow everywhere in Lumbridge, which is a starting area. So just create a RuneScape account and go grab yourself some of these. Really dumb joke, whatever. Okay. Mental Herb. Previously garbage. Because all it did was negate infatuation, which never happened. But it got the big buff. So now it also prevents you basically from having your move selection manipulated. So it stops Torment, which, whatever. But far more importantly, it stops Taunt. So Taunt is a very powerful effect, not in game or anything, but what Taunt does is it forces your Pokemon to attack. You can't use non-damaging support moves. It basically makes you act as if you have an Assault Vest on, without the special defense boost. And there's tons of Pokemon where their entire purpose is to use non-attacking moves, and if you taunt them, they become useless. So, if you have a Mental Herb, well, now their taunt is useless. Who's taunting now? I mean, it's still them, because they'll just taunt you again, but you do get one turn to use that crucial move of your choice, be it, Stealth Rock or whatever entry hazard you want, whatever support move you want. Very, very useful. So I think I would actually give Mental Herb. I mean, it's basically like Lumberry, but it negates a different thing that your opponent is trying to cripple you with. So, very good. Yeah, Mental Herb got buffed. Still C tier? No, I don't think so. It's very useful. There's many cases where you'd be like, man, I cannot afford to get taunted and shut down. I need a Mental Herb. Shuckle exclusive item? Shuckle, with Shuckle, you would just use berry juice, right? He's the one who makes it. Yeah, Mental Herb used to be only attract, and it was garbage. Like, you would never use it. But now that it also stops... It also stops Encore, by the way. Very good. Very good item. I can't think of any jokes, sadly. Yeah, we don't need jokes for every item. I mean, if they're all going to be like the Lumbridge joke, maybe we shouldn't have jokes at all, right? You just run Aurora Veil, easy. Or Aroma Veil. Alright, it's good for Mental Herb. Okay. Metronome. Very weird item. So, you can sort of think of this as a really, really bad choice item. So what Metronome does is every consecutive use of a move increases its power by 20%. So it's like this. First time you use a move, no boost. Second time, 20% boost. Third time, 40% boost. Fourth time, 60% boost. So if you use a move 4 consecutive times, you've finally gotten more of a benefit than if you had been using a choice item. That seems pretty horrendous to me. I wouldn't even call this the choice item at home. This is like in the garage in like a dusty box that hasn't been opened in decades. Very bad. Honestly, the main use of rollout is it's part of theoretical strats to deal the maximum amount of possible damage, where you use like defense curl, power trick, rollout, shuckle to absolutely annihilate a level 1 Ladybug or something. As for actually using this in a battle that you're trying to win, no, not really. I might use this in my A button only run of Brilliant Diamond, maybe, if I actually make that video. But yeah, this basically does nothing. I guess it's better than these items that do nothing unless activated. But yeah, don't use this. And by the way, this was buffed. It used to be 10% per use. So it's twice as good as it used to be, and it's still horrible. I guess flavorfully, This is useful in the tier where you can only use the move metronome. Echoed voice, though? Is this a real strategy? I don't think so. Oh, metronome doesn't work with metronome, so it's actual garbage? Okay, never mind then. Never mind. I think that's enough about metronome. I don't recognize some of the items coming up. I'm scared. Well, don't worry. We're gonna explain everything. Mamoswine got some use out of it, but then we found out that Protect actually breaks the metronome build-up chain, which means it sucks. What? This must be a doubles thing if you're talking about Protect. Okay. Muscle Band. So this gives you a flat 10% boost to all of your physical moves. That's not nothing, and it's very reliable. I mean, if you only use physical moves, hey, you do 10% more damage. I think this is basically a top of bargain bin item. I think bargain bin really describes it well because it's not bad. It does something very reliably, but wouldn't you rather deal 30% damage more? Wouldn't you rather deal 20% damage more? Wouldn't you rather deal 50% damage more? You just have better options. But as a standalone option on its own, it's not that bad. Also, notably, in-game, if you can get Muscle Band, yeah, you'd probably use it. It's free damage with no drawback. Sure. And we may as well also just do Wise Glasses because they're the exact same, right? Except Wise Glasses is special attack. So I always have my Wise Glasses equipped, which is why I'm able to review different items. I realize I actually also have Choice Band and Scarf equipped, so I mean, that joke doesn't even work. I guess I'm not that wise after all. Yeah, I mean, like, it's the effect itself of these 10% boosts. Like, it's not bad, but why would you do that? Just use a better item. Wouldn't you prefer to do a tiny bit more damage with Binding Band? I wouldn't, actually. I'll take a Muscle Band, please. Should have put on some choice specs. I looked for some at a dollar store. I couldn't find any, unfortunately. None that were, like, zany enough. Mamoswine could get Icicle Crash, building up power on Pokemon like Protect Ferrothorn, or even Protect against the same Baneful Bunker Toxapex, but it was wrongly coded in Smogon. That seems giga meme. Run Metronome just to repeatedly Icicle Crash a protecting Ferrothorn, but it doesn't even work? Like, seems bad to me. Just use a better item, Forehead. Literally, Forehead, right? Yo, good. Alright. Normal Gem. This is a stand-in for all of the type boosting gems, which have had a very colorful history. So, Gen 5 is when they were introduced. There was one for each type, and they were basically like super Z crystals, right? They pretty much had the effect of a Z crystal, boost one move of your choice by 50%, except you could run them on all of your Pokemon. Really good. So good they were removed. Of special note were normal gem, because then you could do that with like Fake Out and then activate Unburden, or specifically Flying Gem, because then you could deal massive damage and get Acrobatics activated. 110 base power flying with no drawback, really good. In Gen 6, the gems were still around, but they were pretty heavily nerfed. They were taken down to 33% boost, and in subsequent generations, 7 and 8, all gems have they've been yeeted, except for normal gem, which is still kind of around. So in Gen 5, like S for sure. In Gen 6, I'd probably put him in Amazon Prime, and nowadays, like, bargain bin. So averaging all of that, I don't know, I think we'll put it, we've talked about all the things it was used in. I think we'll go ahead and put it at bottom of Amazon Prime. Like, it had a good run, Back in the day, you were using these for sure, but nowadays, this is on like your fake out, unburdened Hitmonlee. Doesn't seem that good to me. Do people agree that bottom of Amazon Prime is fair for the overall performance of these gems? You can use normal gem Hyper Beam. If you're really committed to losing the game, yeah, you may as well go out in style. I think they got rid of gems because they didn't want them to overshadow their Z Crystal gimmick. That's probably why they did it. F in the chat for gems? Yeah. F for buffering emotes for gems. Normal gem explosion to go out with a bang. Unfortunately, normal gem never existed along with good explosion, right? It was added in Gen 5, the same generation that inexplicably killed explosion. I thought explosion was fine, as strong as it used to be with a defense having effect. I don't know why they got rid of it. Has a pretty big drawback, right? You faint. I think it should be pretty good. On the note of seeing Budget Onyx in the chat, please consider subscribing to Imported Cheese Fresh. Obviously, if you're watching this stream, I think you're already subscribed. Otherwise, how did you even find this? I mean, YouTube doesn't show streams to anybody that's not subscribed. It barely even shows them to people who are subscribed. So, please subscribe. We're hoping to get up to 500 on this channel so I can actually make community posts about upcoming streams, or ideally 1,000 so we can start making bank, or more importantly than that, regain the ability to have custom emotes so we can actually use real Onyx and not just Budget Onyx. But for now, Budget Onyx is doing work. I mean, if you're in the stream but not subscribed, actually please let me know, because I would be interested in knowing if you somehow were notified of the stream without actually being subscribed. I doubt it. Also, yes, Lord Remium, thank you. Please consider joining the Discord if you haven't already, which is a possibility. Link in the description, and maybe even consider evolving into a mighty Patreon. If you want to become a Patreon, now is a good time, because next week I'm putting out an actual edited challenge video. It's been like 6 months, but I have an edited challenge video coming out, and you can make me read whatever quotes you want at the end of the video if you become a Patreon. There's a little section where you can post lines for me to read. Nothing crazy, right? Like, nothing offensive, but I mean, I'll read most things. So now's your chance. Do I think Hyper Beam would be better if I didn't lose my turn? Yeah, of course. Like, what kind of question is that? Yeah. Would this move be better if it was way better? Yeah, it would be. Sorry about the squeaking chair. I hope it's not driving you guys too crazy. I'm subbed to both channels. I'm at half health, but it's worth it. Thank you. I hope you have leftovers. All right. I think that's good for the gems, right? Is that what we were talking about? Yeah. Okay, next. Power Herb. So Power Herb skips the charge turn of moves that have charge up, so that would be like Solar Beam, Solar Blade, Sky Attack. So grass type fans can equip this to try and delude themselves into thinking that Solar Beam's actually a usable move. This item, I would honestly say, is bargain bin. You probably would not use this to try and cheese some sort of strat with a charge move, except, of course, if you're Xerneas, because if you're Xerneas, this is like the best item ever, right? Completely busted on Xerneas, who can use Power Herb to skip the charge turn of Geomancy, which gives it a double Quiver Dance. So really, Power Herb is as good as the charge moves that are available, and the only available charge move that's actually worth it is Geomancy on Xerneas. So super narrow and busted on Xerneas in Ubers, but for the vast majority of players who aren't facing down Power Herb, Geomancy, Xerneas, you're just not seeing a Power Herb ever. Oh, I'm sorry. Right, you can use this to skip the charge turn of Razorwind. So really, I mean, leftovers. This must be from the same tree, right? No. No. You can, You know how people run Fly on Dragonite? Why don't they give Power Herb to make it one turn? You can use it with Meteor Beam, yeah. Xerneas' signature item, I thought you said none of those. Very funny. Power Herb Meteor Beam is decent. Fire Scissor, you're always so generous. I always tier things lower than you think they should be. I don't think it's good enough to go in Amazon Prime. I honestly think it's like a bargain bin item. You might be like, yeah, maybe this might be fun to experiment with as like a gimmick, but I don't think you would put it on your Amazon wish list. Do other people think this should go in low A? Omastar might run it? For what move? Are you thinking of White Herb for Shell Smash? Oh, Meteor Beam Omastar, I guess. Imagine being named Omar and not knowing about Omar Star strats. Doesn't seem very good to me. One fun thing about Power Herb is that the Japanese name is Powerful Herb, as if the herb itself is powerful, which I guess it is. Alright. You might have thought this was Shell Bell. It's not. But I would forgive you for having no idea what this item is because it sucks. Protective Pads. So this negates any negative effects from making contact with the enemy. So that means it negates static, it negates, flame body, negates iron barbs, rough skin. How often does that come up? Never. I mean, not never, but almost never. To the point where, why in the world would you ever say, you know what item I need? I need protective pads. The only item, or the only Pokemon that might consider running this would be like Mega Kangaskhan because it makes contact twice. Except it can't do that because it has a Mega Stone. So why are you running this? Yeah, Protective Pads is basically Long Reach, the item. So Long Reach is, I think, a hidden ability for Decidueye, which just prevents contact moves from actually making contact. Is not good. That's a good line. I'll use that. I think I'll take a protective pass on these protective pads. Yeah. It's only on here to pad out the list, guys. Is there a Blaziken set with this? I might be tripping. Are you playing Brawl? I don't know why you would use this. I mean, you will encounter Pokemon with iron barbs and rough skin, right? It is a thing, but it is just nowhere near worth using an item to negate the chip damage from that. Okay. Next. Quick Claw. 20% of the time, this is a super choice scarf because it makes you move first in your priority bucket, even if you're super slow. 80% of the time, it does nothing. So I think we'll put it with the other RNG Fiesta items. But I think the effect is, it's a little less powerful than these, right? Because these sort of make you invincible, and this just lets you move first. I guess you could use it on Ditto in Gen 2 and 3. Bargain bin for sure. When it activates, hey, it's pretty useful, but 80% of the time, it doesn't activate. Whoops. Can somebody check the percentage on Quick Claw? I looked it up. I think it was 20%. Run Quick Claw plus a priority move to make sure you absolutely go first no matter what. The gotta go fast strat? I think you're too invested into speed at that point. It is used to be 10%, now it's 20%? Yeah, okay, great. I mean, you could do Quick Claw, Quick Draw on a Pokemon literally named Slow Bro for a bit of fun. Quick Claw Crobat that Cyrus uses? I mean, he's all about going first, and then what, right? Okay, I think that's enough for Quick Claw. Red card. Wait a minute, that's illegal. So red card, I think it's the most useful of these weird switch manipulation things. Because it's the only one that, like, sort of makes sense, right? So red card, your opponent hits you, and then they get forced out. And they don't get to choose, right? They get forced out to a random Pokemon. That's actually a pretty major effect. The question is it an effect worth using your item slot for? And in general, I would say no. I think it's definitely more useful than these two, because you don't have to do, like, trick or anything. Just your opponent hits you and they get forced out, and whatever they bring in takes Stealth Rock damage, Entry Hazard damage, and maybe they get switched into a Pokemon that has a really poor matchup against you, then they have to switch out again. That's pretty good, but that's, like, the ideal scenario, right? It's like a very fun gimmick that could actually do something, but in general, just use one of these items. Like, what are you doing? I guess you could sort of think of this as a signature move, or I guess you could sort of think of this as the signature move for, I can't remember its name, the soccer Pokemon. Cinderace. You could sort of think of this as a signature item for Cinderace, since we know that footballers, as you Europeans say, or soccer players, they love getting red cards pulled against them. An actual use of this item is if an opponent sets up and then they hit you, they get forced out and lose all their boosts. So that is a very real use. It's just not useful enough. I think that's it for red card. Item is top tier in a game of poker? Well, we're not playing Pokemon, right? Hey. Oh, you have to actually live for the red card to activate? Oh, that's a lot worse. Never mind. So in that case, we'll redo that part. So, red card would be a really interesting way to stop sweepers. But unfortunately, you have to actually survive the hit. Otherwise, your opponent doesn't get forced out. And if your opponent, set up, chances are they're going to knock you out. I mean, that's why they set up, right? So red card doesn't actually stop them, unfortunately. All right. Ring target. So for whatever reason, in the folder I made with all of these items, I named this Ring Fit. I don't know why. But yeah, ring target. If you don't know what this does, I don't blame you. It negates the immunities of the Pokemon holding it, which is you, by the way. So it negates your immunities. Why would you do this? Because you want to trick it to your opponent, right? So you're going to spend a move slot, a turn, and your item slot just to negate immunities that one opponent may or may not have. Sounds pretty horrible to me. This is actively detrimental unless you trick it off, so I actually think it's worse than Floatstone, right? We'll put it in the category of detrimental items that you have to get rid of immediately for, like, minor benefit by giving it to your opponent. Seems horrible to me. I'd say that ring target really misses the mark. Ugh. Any defenses of ring target? Secret ring fit stream? So, true story. There is a festival coming up to honor a dude. His name is Takeda Shingen. He's one of the major figures of, like, Japanese military history. He's actually in Pokemon Conquest, and his last name Shingen. It sounds the exact same as the word for epicenter. So in Pokemon Conquest, he uses ground types, and he eventually gets Groudon. Really cool. Anyway, so for this festival, we have hide and seek with ninjas. That's going to be one of the things. It's for kids, by the way. And some of the ninjas, or volunteer ninjas, are foreign students who don't speak that much Japanese. So I'm actually in charge of leading the Foreign Ninja Legion. So I do have to actually get more serious about fitness because we can't have a fluffy ninja out there. All of that is to say, I don't actually have Ring Fit. So, I mean, we're not going to do a Ring Fit stream, but I do actually exercise. Cutting that out of the premium edit, but hey, it's a story for you guys. Subscribe to this stream for more stories. Okay, I think that's enough about ring target. That's what this thing's actually called, right? All right. Rocky helmet. Can we make like a Rocky joke? Is there like a phrase that Rocky uses, the boxer? I know there's the training montage and like the running up the stairs, but does he actually say anything? No, right? We can't actually do a Rocky joke here. Whatever. We're gonna cut this. Rocky helmet. It's iron barbs and rough skin. The item. So when an opponent makes contact with you, they lose 12.5% of their health, which is kind of significant. So you can run this on Ferrothorn to sort of double up on the abrasiveness of your set. Is that actually worth doing compared to like leftovers or a different item? I don't think so. This was very useful back during the reign of King Mega Kangaskhan because Kangaskhan hit you twice. So it would very quickly shred itself on your Rocky helmet. Would you actually use this? I don't think so. I think I would put this at like top of bargain bin maybe. It is something you would run to help chip down opponents making contact with you, but I think there's better things you could be doing, right? Because this doesn't like stop enemies from attacking you, right? If an enemy was going to attack you with a contact move, they'll attack you. They'll see, oh no, Rocky helmet, that hurts, and then they'll just attack you again, right? They don't really care. People are saying A? I don't think it's that good, guys. Like, it's a vague deterrent for enemies attacking you, and it chips them down, but I don't think it's worth it. Like, this only adds 12.5 to people. Everybody's saying A? A for being able to punish U-turn? What is this Rocky helmet lobby? I don't think it's that good, but everybody's saying A. You're all wrong, but we'll put it in A. Put it above the gems. It stacks up damage so fast? What? Good in doubles? Yeah, it is good in doubles, but we are mostly considering singles. Is this really better than Expert Belt? No way. I'm barely putting this in A because Chad is throwing a fit. I don't think it's that good. Oris Wally uses Rocky Helmet Rough Skin Garchomp. We'll put it in very low A in honor of its role in terrorizing Mega Kangaskhan. Rocky Helmet Ferrothorn is annoying. I agree, it's annoying, but I'd much rather face Rocky Helmet Ferrothorn than Leftovers Ferrothorn. Also, it doesn't affect the tiering, but isn't this just a really bizarre item? Why in the world are the rocks on the helmet? And how does that damage the opponent hitting me? It's just kind of strange. You'd think this would be like a vest or something. You'd be surprised how many physically defensive mons run Rocky Helmet. I guess I would be surprised because I don't really see it. I would put it below Assault Vest? No way. No way. Looks like there's lots to say about Rocky Helmet. Check the Smogon page for it. A single Rocky Helmet sometimes does more than hazards in a game. What games are these? What in the world? I'd put it between Air Balloon and Expert Belt. People really like Rocket Helmet. A Rocket Helmet would be amazing. People really people really like Rocky Helmet. I need to join the Rocky Helmet clan. Fine. People will not shut up about this. We'll put Rocky Helmet between Expert Belt and Air Balloon. How about that? It really is that good. There's a reason so much stuff runs it. Alright, this will appease everyone. Here we go. Alright. Did somebody order room service? Not me. This thing's horrible. So, one of the most bizarre items in the game, I think. It's like a niche item that is not useful in its niche. So what does room service do? The best part about it, honestly, is the name. So in Trick Room, that's why it's called room service, it lowers your speed by 1 stage. What? So we mentioned it when we talked about Iron Ball, but if you're running a Trick Room team, you're probably already way slower than your opponent and moving first in Trick Room. Why do you need an item that makes you even slower, but only once? Because it goes away when you switch out, unlike Iron Ball. Like, slowing yourself down with Iron Ball is already, like, really niche. And this is, like, reliable. And Iron Ball even slows you down more than room service. The only possible use I could see for this would be... maybe you have a Pokemon on your Trick Room team that you want to be able to function outside of Trick Room? But also, if Trick Room is up, it'll lower its speed and then also make it function in Trick Room. Kind of. Once. But, like, it only reduces your speed to 66%, right? Because it's down 1 stage. And if you're fast enough to be outspeeding things outside of Trick Room, that probably makes you not even slow enough in Trick Room. This is horrible. Yeah, I don't know when you would ever use this, honestly. I mean, we'll put it above these items that your opponent has to activate for you, because at least you control it, but what in the world? No. You could maybe, I guess it's better in doubles where Trick Room is more of a thing, because for whatever reason, there's no Trick Room extender. This should be the Trick Room extender, come on! How about that? Game Freak, please. And yeah, if it actually dropped your speed, if it was like a belly drum for your speed, or it dropped it to like minimum, yeah, it would actually maybe be useful. But I still doubt it. Like, I guess you would maybe use this in like a Trick Room mirror, but when does that happen? In singles, at least. VGC ensures there will be no Trick Room extender. I don't like VGC, guys. I really just don't. I mean, I guess I do understand why doubles is the official format. It's because it's faster paced, right? And I guess a better spectator sport, but doubles don't really exist in the game, which is what I'm interested in. And I also think the balancing of VGC is absolute crap. Like, remember when they allowed, like, oh yeah, you can use some legendaries, but only one or two? Like, so dumb. Literally just primal Groudon the game. Awful. You should play Pokemon. Like, people dump on Smogon for being too restrictive, but the restrictions let you actually use your favorite garbage Pokemon among their peers, whereas VGC is always just the best possible Pokemon doing degenerate stuff. It's enough hating on VGC. Okay. Speaking of VGC, safety goggles. I believe this is literally Overcoat, the item, the buffed Overcoat. So safety goggles prevents all weather damage, so you don't get hurt by hail or sandstorm. I'm not sure how that works, because I don't really think your eyes are the part of your body taking the damage, but I mean, sure. And it also negates powder moves. So it basically gives you the grass type perk of blocking all powders. So stun spore, sleep powder, or more importantly, sleep powder, and specifically in doubles, rage powder. Because Amoonguss is everywhere, and its two best moves, Spore and Rage Powder, get completely stopped by safety goggles. So in doubles, like, sold out, right? We don't have any more goggles in stock. You would definitely use these. In singles, I don't know. I don't really think so. In singles, I think this is way too narrow, unless you're Shedinja. Shedinja loves this thing. I think I'm going to put it here-ish. Really not that useful in singles. But I mean, hey, negating weather damage, why not just use leftovers? And the answer, why not, would be because you're Shedinja, and you can't actually recover your health, you'll just die. But yeah, in doubles, way better. Amazing in doubles. In singles, whatever. Why not? Yeah. Anything else to say about safety goggles? I think this is a fair place for it. Yeah, safety goggles stops rage powder. It's really good in doubles because so Rage Powder does nothing in singles. What Rage Powder does is it directs all attacks to you. So in doubles, that's incredibly powerful because it gives your partner Pokemon basically a free turn. And being able to negate that taunt effect with Rage Powder, or with a safety goggles is really important in doubles, but that just doesn't happen in singles. It's better than the seeds, right? I don't know, because I mean, the seeds actually do something if you activate them, right? Power Herb should be top of B? I don't think so. I mean, really, the only reason Power Herb is not in C is because of Xerneas. Xerneas is already doing work. No, they don't, Lamau. The seeds give bad defense buffs. I guess so, but the seeds are also reliable, right? If you run them on a team that does set terrains, you can get the boost for sure. Whereas safety goggles, if there's no weather, or if your opponent just doesn't use power move, safety goggles does nothing. Whereas you can guarantee that seeds get some use if you put them on the right team. Immunity to Sand and Spore is kind of nice on its own, but Spore is like not that common. And if your entire goal is to negate weather damage, just use Leftovers, bro. Leftovers is so much better. Because Leftovers basically does the same thing of negating the damage, except it also does so much more for you. Unless, I guess, you're literally at 6% health, in which point the weather kills you before you can heal. But no, that's not worth running goggles for. But you don't have to run bad terrain gimmicks for goggles to be useful? Yeah, but you have to rely on your opponent having stuff that they might not. Whereas with the seeds, you guarantee that they activate if you put them on a team that has terrain. It's not like the terrain setters are bad. Okay. Next. I will be very impressed if you know this one without looking it up. What berry is this? I guess the hint is that it starts with S. Yeah, Slackberry. Good. It is Slackberry. So this is the stand-in for all of the pinch berries. So when you reach 25% health, you get a stat boost. There are pinch berries for, I think, most stats. The most used by far are definitely Slackberry. This is the speed one. There's Lychee Berry, which boosts your attack, and there's Papaya Berry, which boosts your special attack. These have been used on a very wide range of sets over the history of Pokemon. They're pretty useful. You can sort of activate them yourself by using Substitute to hurt yourself down to the point where they activate, or by using Endure, like Endure Reversal Slackberry was a thing. You can also use them with Gluttony and like Belly Drum. I have a very soft spot in my heart for Slackberry because I used Belly Drum, Gluttony, Slackberry, Linoon to reach the #1 spot of the never used ladder on Shoddy Battle back when I was in high school. Wow. Yeah. These are definitely, I would say, like bargain bin items, but they're pretty good. There are definitely occasions where you'd say, like, yeah, maybe I'd consider using one of these pinch berries. They've just appeared on so many sets over the years. I think we're going to put them, these are going to be the berry buddies right here. Pretty useful. Lychee Berry, Endure, Unburden, Hitmonlee, baby. Yeah, just hope that they don't have a priority move. Which they do, but I mean, you can dream. Yeah, they were really good back when you had fewer options. So Gen 3 was a berry fiesta. And then once the choice items and like Life Orb and Focus Sash, all these like far more powerful items that were introduced, you started to see these a lot more. But back when options were more limited, the pinch berries were very widely used. Okay. Anything else about the pinch berries? I think that's good enough. Great. Okay. Scope lens. Jeez, what does the scouter say about this item's power level? It's not over 9,000. It's not very high at all. So scope lens increases your crit by 1 stage. Crit strategies have never been good, and they're especially bad after the crit nerf in Gen 6, although they have become more reliable. So critical hits prior to Gen 6 dealt double damage and ignored all of your opponent's defensive boosts. But of course, it's just luck, right? It's pure luck. Even with scope lens, I think you're only at like 16% chance to crit, which is obviously an overwhelming chance not to crit. In Gen 6, crits were majorly nerfed. They now go only down to, they only deal 1.5% damage. That would be really bad. They deal 150% damage. But the way crit stages worked was redone. So you can actually reach 100% crit if you focus energy and scope lens. So you could do that with Kingdra and then just spam Draco Meteor. And because you're always critting, it negates your own stat drop from the Draco Meteor. Is that good? No. No. But it is fun, and it is possible, so we'll put it like here. I mean, are you feeling lucky, kid? If you are, you should just use a focus band. But if you want to do a crit strat, part of that is using scope lens. So sure. Like basically scope lens helps take the luck out of crit strats, but crit strats aren't good to begin with. So sorry, scope lens. Scope lens fans, equip your cope lenses. Oh, that's good. There's a fun strat where you trick an item which boosts the enemy's crit chance against the Pokemon with Anger Point to get a +6 attack boost. That seems horrible. That seems so bad. No. Another Hackmon strat here is Scope Lens, Super Luck, Aeroblast, Spatial Rend, Mega Rayquaza. Wow. Well, I mean, you're not going to be seeing that vanilla play. Alright, I don't think anybody's too upset by this placement for Scope Lens. It's basically, it's an enabler for gimmick sets. But the gimmick is not that good. Okay. Home stretch, last row here. Shed Shell. So this item allows you to escape being trapped. Basically, if your opponent traps you with a trapping ability or a trapping move, like, Mean Look or, say, a binding move, like Wrap, you can switch. Basically, you put this on your Skarmory and hope to be able to escape from Magnezone. So, I mean, it does something if your opponent has Magnezone. What if they don't? Well, then this does nothing. In that sense, I mean, if they have if they have Magnezone, this is pretty good. What if they don't have Magnezone? This does nothing. But if they have Magnezone, it's pretty good. And they might have Magnezone, because Magnezone itself is pretty good. So I think we're going to put this, like, here-ish. But honestly, just use leftovers on your defensive Pokemon, man. Like, you don't really need this. And of course, in singles, where trapping abilities are highly regulated, as in banned, this is way worse. Because trapping abilities are so rare, because they're just too powerful. This basically is just a middle finger to Magnezone. And you know what? Magnezone, even if it doesn't trap you, is still going to be doing massive damage, so it's not even like you're negating Magnezone. Yeah, Shed Shell was a lot better before they also banned Arena Trap on Dugtrio. And all ghost types get Shed Shell for free, because ghost types can't be trapped. What a good type. What a good type. All ghost types get Shed Shell for free, because ghost types... I said it again. Ghost types all get Shed Shell for free, because ghost types can't be trapped. What a good typing. Yeah, this is pretty much an exclusive item for Skarmory. Absolute S tier. It counters a banned strat. So that means it must be even better than the banned strat, right? Is that how it works? Okay. I think that's enough for Shed Shell. Another shell item, but this time the shell is the first word. It's Shell Bell. So this heals you for a portion of the damage you dealt. Like 50%? Well, that would be amazing. Like a quarter? I mean, that would be okay. Like an eighth? I mean, that might be... how much is it? It's a 16th? Oh, wow. It's basically nothing. It's basically nothing. It's fun in-game. It can help sustain you in-game. But, I mean, just use leftovers, bro. For Shed Shell. For Shell Bell to actually heal you, you have to be dealing a lot of damage, right? So then why are you using Shell Bell? You should be using an item that increases the damage you deal. If Shell Bell is restoring enough health to actually matter, you should be using a different item. Right? Like, the effect of Shell Bell is kind of at odds with itself, because the Pokemon that want to heal generally are bulky stall Pokemon that aren't dealing that much damage. And the Pokemon that are dealing a zillion damage to actually get the healing from Shell Bell don't care about the healing. Like, the biggest thing you can use this for is sort of a parallel of the Fear Rattata set. So you can use Sturdy Shell Bell Aaron. So Aaron gets knocked down to 1 HP. Endeavor deals a bunch of damage and heals you back up to Sturdy. And then Sandstorm kills your opponent, is the plan. It's sort of a side grade, I'd say generally better version of Fear Rattata, and that's the main thing you would use Shell Bell for. Would you actually use this on your fully evolved Pokemon? No, I don't think so. But it does something, so I guess we'll put it here-ish? But yeah, if you're a defensive Pokemon, just use leftovers. If you're an offensive Pokemon, use an offensive item. This is definitely an S tier item. If you're, S tier in the 8-year-old meta where you're just playing through the game. You just got to Shoal Cave. You got the Shell Bell. You're like, oh my god, free healing. Wow. Anything else to say about Shell Bell? Yeah, calling Shell Bell leftovers at home is a disservice to leftovers. Yeah, it's way worse than leftovers. All right. Citrus Berry. So Citrus Berry used to just be a flat 30 HP. It was just like a slightly better Oran Berry. But nowadays, it is 25% of your HP, and it activates at a higher threshold than most pinch berries. It activates at 50% HP. What move drops you to 50% HP? Belly Drum. Oh, okay. So if you're Belly Drumming, you might want to use a Citrus Berry, as opposed to the Figgy Berry, which restores more, but is more difficult to activate. I think Citrus Berry is fine. If you are using Belly Drum, you may as well use Citrus Berry, because it's not like you really care about boosting your offense, right? That's what Belly Drum does. You care about surviving, and Citrus Berry helps you do that. Is it as good as Figgy Berry? I think in general, no. But you could use it. It's a bit more reliable. You could use it with a Harvest Pokemon to keep healing yourself, I think it's fine. And yes, generous Irida, you save the Pearl Clan Lord of the Forest Cleavor, and what do you get in response? You get 3 citrus berries, so it's gotta be valuable, right? Citrus Berry is the boss #1 pick. They love it. I think that's about it for Citrus Berry. Anything else? Citrus Berry is the true leftovers at home. I wouldn't call it that, because if you are in for less than 5 turns, but you get the burst of Citrus Berry healing, then you got more healing out of Citrus Berry. I think they're very different. But overall, yeah, leftovers is better. But overall, everything is worse than leftovers, right? Sticky Barb. So they had kind of an interesting idea with this. So the idea with Sticky Barb is that it damages whoever's holding it by 12.5% a turn. And of course, the one holding it is you, right? So why would you want to damage yourself? You don't. You want to give this to your opponent. How do you give it to your opponent? Well, it has a unique mechanic where if you make contact with the enemy, it transfers to them. Now, if it swapped items with them, wow, this would be pretty good. But no, it only transfers if they don't have an item. How many Pokemon in competitive use items? All of them. So you're never going to transfer this just by making contact. To transfer it, you have to trick it. So you're spending a move slot, a turn, and your item to deal slight amounts of damage to one Pokemon. Where do we put those items? At the very bottom. I think it's actually less impactful than Lagging Tail. So yeah, Sticky Barb, complete garbage. Yeah, Evil Leftovers is right. Leftovers is the best item in the game. I think Sticky Barb might actually be the worst. Wow. I mean, people really love Rocky Helmet. This is just like Rocky Helmet, right? I mean, kind of, but it does the damage to you. Yeah, bad. Bad. I mean, can anybody argue why Sticky Barb shouldn't be the worst item in the game? I think it actually is. Because it is actively detrimental unless you get rid of it. Okay. Enough of Sticky Barb. Okay. Terrain Extender is an item that exists. So exactly as the name implies, it extends the duration of your terrain effects. Is that good? Not really, no. So while you would run the weather extending items, because weather effects are incredibly powerful, the terrains are basically just like nice bonuses on Pokemon that have surge abilities, right? And is it worth giving up their item slots to actually increase the duration of those terrains? No, I don't really think so. Is it useless? Well, no, because, I mean, if you have a terrain, I guess you would use Terrain Extender, maybe? Well, actually, no, you wouldn't. But it does do something. I believe this is also consumable, unlike the rocks, so it only extends it once. Oh well. Is it City Dump tier? I don't think so, but it is painfully niche. I think maybe you can find it at the very bottom of the bargain bin. You gotta shuffle through a bunch of crap, and then you can maybe head to the checkout with this, and then they'll ask you, hey, do you really want this? And then you'll say, yeah, maybe, it's for my Galarian Weezing. It's okay. This is actually consumable, right? It's only one use. They should have called it AstroTurfer. Oh, it's not consumable? Can somebody check? Is it consumable or not? Tapu Lele would just nuke with Z Crystal? Yeah, you wouldn't use Terrain Extender. Oh, it's like Light Clay? Okay. Alright, well, it's not consumable. Okay, well, it's not consumable. But that doesn't help it at all. It's still bad. Terrain Extender's main claim to fame is having a tendency to be banned from Gen 8 monotype formats. Not much of a claim to fame. Bottom of the bargain bin it is. Alright. This funky looking potion. It's not a potion, it's throat spray. A very weird item, but actually very useful. So, throat spray. This one is consumable for sure. It's when you use a sound-based move, it boosts your special attack by 1 stage. So if you're going to use a sound-based move, it's basically just a better choice specs because afterwards you can actually switch your move. But of course that is a lot more restricted because you have to use a sound move to activate it. You might not even have a sound move. And if you switch out, then you lose the boost because it is a consumable item. But hey, if you use your sound move and you don't switch out, it's literally better choice specs, and choice specs is incredible. So how good is throat spray? I would say overall it's a low Amazon Prime item. There are some very powerful sound moves out there. There's Hyper Voice from Sylveon, Liquid Voice on Primarina, massive damage. Toxtricity really likes this. If you're using Boom Burst, you might use this. Miguel says Bug Buzz Axelgore, but that's just because Miguel really likes bug types. And Komodo also has a bunch of sound moves. I didn't even mention the Pokemon whose entire thing is sound Exploud. Ripperoni Exploud. It deserved better. Why is it so bad? Kinda shocked this is A tier. Would definitely say B tier. I think there's Pokemon where you would say, like, I want to use Throat Spray. Like, actually. And that's your actual best option. I think it's low A. People are saying B. Exploud should have an ability which gives it a 1.25 boost to sound moves. Honestly, even if it was 1.5 boost, it still wouldn't be that good. Low A is good, they're just blind. Okay, I don't know if they're blind, but... I mean, you would play Throat Spray differently than Specs, right? Because you would try to use it when you expect to stay in and deal a bunch of damage. It's too niche and restrictive for A. I think the immediate power of Specs completely outclasses this item. I agree, which is why Specs is in sold out. Fine, we'll put it at the top of B. Well, how about that? There you go. Okay. Next. Twisted Spoon. So this is the stand-in for all of the basic boost one type's power by 20%. Probably the only items you'd actually use in-game because you actually get all of these and you don't really care about items in-game. We don't really care about that, but I mean, I think that's worth noting. Would you actually use these items in competitive? Maybe. It's sort of in the same category as Muscle Band Wise Glasses, where, hey, I mean, you get a 20% boost for free, but only to one type of move. It's useful sort of in the way that Expert Belt is, in sort of bluffing, right? Because your opponent takes more damage than they might expect, and be like, oh, are they banded or spexed? But they're not. They're just holding a spoon. You would use this in some contexts. I think if we put Muscle Band and Wise Glasses here, we'll put this item here as well. You would use them sometimes, but overall, instead of a 20% boost to one move, why wouldn't you just get a 30% boost to everything, right? Outclassed, but on its own merits, not actually that bad. Anything else to say about the type boosting items? Better than Throat Spray? I don't think so. Black Glasses B Sharp? Wolt knows about Black Glasses B Sharp. I mean, you'd have to be blind wearing black glasses to actually use Wolt. Oh. Where's the Splash Incense, which gives a 10% boost to water moves? I'm sorry, I didn't make the list. Go ahead and unsubscribe from the second channel. I think, ACDC LJB asked earlier why there's a second channel. This is an experiment, right? We're trying to see if having these streams on a separate channel is better for the health of the main channel. Because basically every time I would stream on the main channel, I would lose like 10 to 15 subscribers. And people would get like kind of annoyed, and it also like splits the views between people who get confused about the live stream and the premium edit, because basically nobody watches VODs. I don't blame them. I wouldn't watch them either. But also on YouTube, you can't organize live streams on your video page. There's no separate tab. There is in the creator interface, so I can see everything neatly organized, but you guys can't, which is atrocious. So it just clogs the video feed. And hides the videos that I actually do want people to be seeing, the ones that I'm much more proud of and that I spend a lot of time on. I think live streams are a lot of fun while you're here, and VODs are just kind of dreary, and I don't want those clogging up the channel. I could just unlist them, but if I unlist them, then I lose the watch time stats for them, because YouTube is a ridiculous website. So all of that is to answer why we're on a separate channel. Thank you for joining us, by the way. Throat spray should be with the gems, or the gems with throat spray. Well, I had it that way before and people complained. I've had enough. Maybe I need throat spray because I'm about to use Boom Burst on you. Also, join the Discord. Link in the description. Okay. I think that's enough of it. What were we talking about? A Twisted Spoon? Yeah, okay. Alright, next. Utility Umbrella. Ironically, for an item with utility in its name, this thing's pretty useless. So this, like, negates weather effects? Kind of. So if this was, like, Cloud 9 in an item, this would be amazing. That's not what it does, right? It, like, negates the weather effects for you. Who cares? What? I mean, yeah, you can make Thunder miss. If it's raining and your opponent uses Thunder, they no longer get the accuracy boost. What? In what context are you ever going to decide that what I really need to spend my item on is negating some of the benefit my opponent gets from their weather? What if they're not using weather? Awful. This basically does nothing. This is like, it's slightly better than Floatstone. Is what I'll say. Because Floatstone actually does nothing. These items actually hurt you. Utility Umbrella does nothing adjacent. If you want to use fire moves in rain, you can equip a Utility Umbrella. How about you equip some charcoal, buddy? How about you equip some choice specs? Why in the world are you using Utility Umbrella? Yeah. bad. What can we say about utility umbrella? Japanese word for umbrella is kasa, so I mean, you can make incredibly lame jokes about how, like, wow, Spanish speakers are so strong. I mean, they carry their entire casa. Like, dumb multilingual jokes. That's about it. The actual utility umbrella item, trash. Yeah, I guess it negates sandstorm and hail. Just use leftovers, bro. I guess you could say it's a worse safety goggles. Maybe. Imagine if there was a held item that was just a portable house. It's like the evolved form of room service, right? The whole house. In doubles to stop Swift Swim, Sand Rush, Slush Rush, and Chlorophyll. It doesn't stop your opponent's abilities, right? If it stopped your opponent benefiting from weather, this would actually be quite good, I think. But no, it only stops stuff that affects you. So no, it's not good. If this was like Cloud 9 in an item, it would be great, but it's not. Trick them the item. No. That's horrible. Alright, enough of utility umbrella. Oh, okay, no. Well, we can end with this. Alright, that's enough shade thrown at utility umbrella. Okay. Weakness policy. So when you get hit by a super effective move, it raises both your attack and special attack by 2 stages. Now this is a policy I would sign on to. This is actually really good. Like, deceptively good. I'm gonna put it like here-ish. It's really useful. So unlike other items that require your opponent to activate them for you, they're gonna do this, right? Because it's got a very broad activation range, right? Just taking super effective damage, and your opponent wants to do that anyway, right? They're trying to hit you with a super effective move, which will activate your trap card, or I guess trap policy, and make you an absolute monster when it comes to offense. So in-game, normally when you take super effective damage, you die, but in competitive, there are tons of Pokemon that can very easily take super effective damage and not just not die, still be quite healthy and able to sweep. Notably, Tyranitar, because of the Sandstream bonus and just good defenses, and Dragonite because of multi-scale. They love weakness policy because it just makes them absolutely vicious. Excellent item. And for an item that requires your opponent to activate it, very reliable. Good item. Literally better than American Health Insurance, because American Health Insurance doesn't actually do anything. Uh-oh. And yeah, in doubles, it's insane, right? Because you can even activate it yourself with like a spread move. Even in singles, which is what we're considering, it's very good. Ha! You activated my weakness policy! Very good item. I don't think anybody's upset about this placement, right? Pretty good. Surprisingly reliable way to increase your offenses. Fire Scissor actually agrees. So that's how you know that we did it right. You'd say it belongs in S? I'd say in doubles, yeah, probably S. In doubles, I would say S. But ultimately, you do still require your opponent to hit you super effectively to get the benefit. I have been agreeing. That might have sounded a bit more aggressive than I intended it to. But just because you do say a lot, which is appreciated, I notice that we conflict, like, quite often. But I value your input. Okay, I think that's good for weakness policy. Everybody's in agreement that it's just really good. The argument is just how good. Okay. White Herb. So this negates the first stat drop that you take. So if an enemy intimidates you, well, you're no longer scared. But this is typically more often used to negate self-inflicted stat drops from, say, Draco Meteor or a Shell Smash. Is that useful? I mean, kind of. I wouldn't call it useless, but I still would definitely call it, like, niche. It's most often used to negate the defense drops from Shell Smash. And in that sense, yeah, it's kind of useful, but typically, if you're Shell Smashing, you want to do more damage, right? And White Orb doesn't help you do more damage, it just helps you not die. But on the Pokemon that Shell Smash, they have, shells, so they tend to not die anyway, even with the Shell Smash defense drop. So I don't really think this is what you would choose to use. I think it's probably better than Scope Lens. There definitely are scenarios to be like, yeah, I'd experiment with a White Herb. But ultimately, I think if you're Shell Smashing, you don't really care that much that your defense gets dropped. Not to the extent that you would patch that up with White Herb. You'd rather just use an offensive item. Oh, good, yeah. Notably, if you are using Baton Pass with Shell Smash, you may as well use this, but also you're buffing your defense up anyway, so you don't really care that you get -1/-1 to your defenses. White Herb is okay. Not a meme at all. When Cloyster uses Shell Smash, does it turn into Ghastly? I guess so. Like Cloyster's defense is so ridiculous that even at -1, like, you still don't die. Anything else about a White Herb? Hard countered by Intimidate? Yeah, it's definitely a downside that your opponent lowering your stats either through Intimidate or like some sort of stat dropping secondary effect can negate your White Herb and prevent you from using it from what you wanted to, but it's not that bad. Okay. Home stretch. Last 2 items. I know there's 3, but Wide Lens and Zoom Lens we're basically just going to do together. So Wide Lens. It increases your accuracy by 10%. How good is that? Not very good. So the thing is, because it increases accuracy by a percentage of the move, the more accurate a move is, the greater a benefit you get. But if the move is like 90% accurate, you didn't really need this to begin with, right? So Wide Lens on, say, Heat Wave, which is 90% accurate, then becomes basically 100% accurate. Is it worth your item slot to negate the mischance on that? I would say no. It doesn't do nothing, but how much of a difference is this actually making? I don't know. I think we'll put it maybe near, like, King's Rock. These other basically moves that rely on, or items that rely on RNG, basically, right? Because this is trying to take some of the edge off of your own RNG reliance, but it doesn't necessarily do that well. If it was a flat 10% increase, it would be better, but it's not. So on moves that really need the accuracy boost, like Focus Miss or Stone Miss, you're getting less than a 10% increase. Kind of unfortunate. And since we're talking about the accuracy boost of Wide Lens, we should also talk about Zoom Lens. Previously Skype Lens, they dropped the ball really hard, and now it's all about Zoom. So Zoom Lens gives you a 20% boost, which I would say actually is pretty significant, and I would use that. But it comes with a caveat, which is that it only functions if you move after your opponent. So if you are a slow Pokemon using inaccurate moves, like maybe Bronzong trying to use Hypnosis, yeah, I would maybe consider using Zoom Lens, but before that, I'd maybe consider all these great items. So I think we're just going to put them together. I think Zoom Lens is overall worse, But hey, if you were slow and were considering using wide lens, why not use zoom lens instead? Neither of them that great, but hey, they do something. Talking about held items, what would you do if Gen 9 removed held items? There's no way they'd do that. There's no way. There's no way. I know that Game Freak loves shaving depth off of their games with every new release, but I don't think they would actually go ahead and remove held items. It's too integral to mainline gameplay. Anything else about the lens twins? The lenses, I guess. They remove battling. I mean, you joke, but like that's basically what Let's Go was, right? I know Let's Go had battles, but they were so watered down, it was basically pointless. They'll remove the other half of the decks. They didn't go far enough with decks, and they've gone ahead and they've just removed the decks entirely. I would just be a bit sad than play more Xenoblade 3. We'll probably play Xenoblade 3 on this channel. Another reason why I started a separate channel is because I want to play actually good games that aren't Pokemon games, so... probably the last thing we'll do on this stream is maybe take a vote on... I guess the next stream thing you guys would like to see. The choices will probably either be like a Pokemon hack, or... Pokemon hack, triangle strategy, or Elden Ring, I guess. I love Xenoblade. We're going to play Xenoblade 3 for sure, but I mean, it's not out yet, unfortunately. Good games that aren't Pokemon, do such things exist? It's a wide world out there, and it turns out most games are way better than Pokemon. Have I played FF7 Remake? I did, I loved it. 100%ed it. All right, we'll talk more about that after we actually finish all the items. So, never mind. You can put Rocky Helmet in C. I don't care because you'll play Xenoblade 3. I love Xenoblade. Xenoblade Chronicles 1 might be it's definitely my top 10. It might be my favorite game of all time. I love it. Like the anime cheese is out of control. Amazing game. But definitely not for everyone. Like if you're not a fan of like anime tropes and JRPGs, you will not like it. But it's like the perfect game for me because I love MMOs and I love JRPG cheese, and it's basically just a single player JRPG. It's hilarious. All right, let's do the last item. So, Yachi Berry. So this is the stand-in for all of the super effective reducing berries. There's a few of them that actually get used. I think Yachi Berry is the most common and the most well-known, which is why I chose to use Yachi Berry. So Yachi Berry reduces ice super effective damage taken. So, I mean, if you've heard of Yachi Berry, you know that it's on a Garchomp or a Salamence that's about to destroy your entire team because your only way of stopping them, which was probably like a Choice Banded Ice Shard or Ice Punch, just failed to stop them. So you're about to lose. Yachi Berry is very useful in that sense. And the other ones also see some use. So you might use Akaberry, the ground reducing one on your Heatran, if you don't want to go with Air Balloon. Or you might use what is it? Oh, did I say Akaberry was ground? Sorry, I meant Shukaberry. I'll redo that. You might use a Shukaberry to reduce ground damage on your Heatran if you don't want to use a balloon. All right, it's more reliable. Or you might use Akaberry on Scizor or Ferrothorn to reduce that super effective fire damage. These all see tons of use in doubles. Very useful in doubles. But they also see a healthy amount of use in singles. You might even use a Rindo Berry to reduce grass if you're a water ground type. I think a Quagsire in the Karen Challenge last week actually had a Rindo Berry. And I think they might have lost to a Pika clone team. So maybe don't use Rindo Berry. But yeah, all of these super effective reducing items, all quite useful. Yeah, Choppleberry Tyranitar. If you don't want to use Assault Vest. Yeah, all of these, not all of them, but very many of these super effective reducing berries do see use. And they're very surprising, right? Your opponent probably will not expect them, except Yachiberry. So the surprise element actually is useful. I think I'm going to put these... uh-oh. uh-oh. I think I'm going to put all of these... wait, hang on here. I'm trying to move the OBS window instead of the actual tier list. Sorry. Yeah, I think all of these super effective producing berries, I'm going to put them... I guess if we put... I will put them like here. Probably a little bit more useful than Lumberry overall. I think that's a good place for them. What about Iepa berry? There's a ton of berries that like didn't make the list. I think that's everything. All right. So that is our itemized tier list for Pokemon held items in competitive singles, roughly. I skipped over Destiny Knot. Yeah. So I guess we need an outro, right? No, I forgot you switched to live stream. You switched the live streams to this channel. Missed the whole thing again. Well, you won't miss the next one. And you also, I mean, you didn't miss this one. You're in it. You can see the VOD, which I mean is not as fun, but also you can see the premium, which should be coming out a couple hours after I'm able to download this and YouTube finishes processing it. So this was 4.5 hours, not bad at all. So you can expect the premium to be about half the length, right? About 2 hours, and hopefully the premium on the main channel will perform quite well. So on the live stream channel, if you're here, please subscribe. And hopefully we'll be able to get this this channel up and running. To monetization at 1,000 subscribers would be the dream, because then we're able to reclaim our emotes. And for now, all we have is Budget Onyx. So sad. Alright, so the last thing we'll do on this stream... Well, actually, I should record the... No, it doesn't show up. So I'll start the poll, and then I'll record the outro. So how do we do this? I gotta go to YouTube, right? I'm in YouTube. Poll. Okay, so... game to stream on the stream channel, ? So we're gonna do all, you know, tier list streams here, and like special streams will also be here. Pretty much every stream will be here, but we'll also do potentially non-Pokemon streams, since on this channel we'll no longer have to worry about killing analytics for the main channel, because I imagine many people in the main channel would not watch me play like Xenoblade or something. So where's the Enigma Berry? Calm down. So let's see. A Pokemon ROM hack is one of the options. I don't know which one, but I guess one of them. Triangle strategy is another one, and the last one I guess would be either Elden Ring. The last one will just be Elden Ring, I guess. Elden Ring or Monster Hunter? I really like Monster Hunter. There's a Monster Hunter expansion coming up. Alright, here we go. We're not doing Pokemon Clover. I'm sorry. We can't. Pokemon Clover is sorta... It's a bit too much for me. Xenoblade 2 tier list? Probably not, no. It's been a while since I played that game. And I didn't play any of the DLC. So while we're doing this, I gotta record the outro, right? So, alright, so this is our itemized list for Pokemon held items, specifically for competitive singles. What do you think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Well, it's too late to disagree because this is an edited video. But if you would like to disagree live in the chat, be sure to subscribe to the new live stream channel, Imported Cheese Fresh, in the description of this video. So I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope to see you in the next one, either edited or live on the second channel. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I think that's a fine outro, right? This didn't take that long. It wasn't that bad. Alright. Where's the Enigma Berry option? Oh my god. Okay, well, we won't put it on the list, but I guess we'll talk about Enigma Berry. Enigma Berry. Just for you, alright? This is the power of the live stream. Enigma Berry. In Japanese. Nazo no mi. Mystery fruit. Why would they not translate mystery in the... Alright, so what does this do? Not legally obtainable placeholder for e-reader berries. What does this do? Okay. Uses. When a Pokemon holds an Enigma Berry and is hit by a super effective move, it will recover a quarter of its HP. Complete garbage. There you go. There's your Enigma Berry review. Awful. So the next, I guess while people are voting, the next Pokemon-related stream will probably be Gen 3 abilities. I'm pretty set on that, because I really want to do an ability tier list. I mean, we're going to start with Gen 3. And I think that this stream was successful enough, thank you, that we will continue things on the separate channel, and hopefully the premium performance on the main channel will be better than usual. 10 out of 10 would stream with cheese again. Thank you! Because we are going to be streaming again, eventually. Yeah, where would I actually put Enigma Berry? I'd probably put it at the bottom of, like, bargain bin. It's garbage. But at least it does something, right? Wouldn't you much rather use Weakness Policy? Wouldn't you much rather use Citrus Berry? Wouldn't you much rather use Figgy Berry? Don't use Enigma Berry. Not an Enigma at all. Don't use it. It's bad. And before we close the poll, thank you, Lord Remium, for putting more ads in the chat. So if you're watching this live stream and for some reason you're not subscribed, I don't know who that would be. Please subscribe. We are trying to get to 1K subs. What else? Consider joining the Discord. Should be a link in the chat. I'm usually active on the Discord, so you can ask me pretty much anything you want. I usually respond if you ping me. And consider evolving into a mighty Patreon. Patreon, it is now a good time to actually become a Patreon because you actually get something now. I'm going to be spending the rest of this weekend after the premium edit editing an upcoming challenge run. It's going to be Legends Arceus minimum Pokeballs. I'm like about 6 minutes into the edit. I have all of the voiceover and script done and all the footage and everything, so it's probably going to be released to the public next weekend in like a premiere. But if you're a Patreon, you can watch it early, and also you can be in the video because you can suggest lines for me to read at the end, and I'll do that, assuming they're not like offensive or like hateful. But I will read like dumb lines. All right, 21 votes. How many viewers do we have? We have 30. So I mean, this is probably good enough. Did I tier the new starters yet? What do you mean? Like the new 3 starters? From like Gen 9? How would I do that? They don't like exist yet. How about Ditto Challenge Part 3? Maybe someday. I really should do that. Bruno Barreto, fun fact, I'm actually kind of sick, but your streams are so fun, I didn't want to miss it. Well, thank you, but also, like, don't overdo it, right? Gen 3 abilities, are we going to talk about the unused cacophony? We might mention it, but it's the same as soundproof, right? What do I think of them so far? I think they're alright. I like Fuecoco. I mean, what a shock. I like the fire type. And I'd say that I like the cat the least, because I don't really like grass types. But I don't think you really needed me to tell you that, right? You probably could have guessed. I think they look cool, yeah. Alright, we'll end the poll. Can I see the results? YouTube, please. YouTube, please show me the result. Oh, okay, so, wow, 66% for Pokemon ROM hack, 19% for Triangle Strategy, and only 14% for Elden Ring. Well, I probably could have guessed that, because, I mean, everybody here already likes Pokemon, so... well, I mean, I'll probably ask on the main channel about which specific ROM hack to play. If we do one. Probably not for a while, because I have to, edit a bunch of stuff. And the next stream, for sure, will probably just be Gen 3 abilities. And we're going to do it almost the exact same way as we did Gen 2 moves. So it's just all abilities that were introduced in Generation 3, and how they fared throughout the history of the game. And as somebody already mentioned, yeah, Intimidate is pretty good. Weather setting abilities are pretty good. Alright, I think that's everything for today. Does anybody have anything they would like to add? Or I guess just say in the chat before I go to the end screen and hopefully download this to begin work on the premium. I'm glad to have been here for this stream. I can't be sure I'll be here for the upcoming ones with uni work picking up, but we'll see. Thank you. Thank you for being at this first one, because this is especially important. Because this has shown me that, I mean, chat interaction on the live stream on the secondary channel it's basically the same as if I had done this on the main channel, which is what really matters, right? Did I already talk about the Gen 9 starters? Just in terms of aesthetics, I guess, because that's all we have, right? I like Fuecoco. I think the duck is cool. I like cats, but I don't like grass types. Alright. I think that's it. I would have added the Enigma Berry to the tier list. People deserve to know how bad an item is, or how such a bad item was so exclusive. I mean, it's not the worst thing ever, right? I mean, guaranteed recovery when you get hit by a super effective move. It's kind of like a really bad weakness policy. It's not horrible. I certainly think there's real widely available items like Floatstone that are far worse. Alright, thank you everybody for being here. I thank you for making the stream enjoyable for me. I hope you enjoyed it as well. We are going to go to the end screen for about 2 minutes. And then I'll hopefully get to work on the premium. And if it doesn't come out today, it's because it didn't process in YouTube. Thanks, Susan. Alright. Thank you, everybody. And I'll hopefully see you in the next stream, which should be Gen 3 abilities. Probably next week. Maybe. That might be a lie. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, see you guys later. Thanks for coming by.